Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Gangbuster, One Man's Battle Against Crime, Corruption, and the Klan, by Alan Prendergast, narrated by Gabriel Vaughn. Prologue. It was something the Colonel hammered into his investigators. Find out all you can about your target. Start by identifying his associates. You can learn a lot about a crook, he told them, if you discover who his friends are. By his friends you shall know him. The same could not be said about an honest man. More often than not, an honest man will have few friends. A truly incorruptible one might have none. If the Colonel himself was ever to be investigated, you'd be better off studying his enemies. There were so many of them. Consider a single confounding episode, long after the Colonel's gang-busting days were over. Shortly before midnight on July 19, 1943, Philip Sidney Van Cise, also known as the Colonel, in recognition of his military service in World War I, takes the streetcar home after a long evening at his law office in downtown Denver. 58 years old, portly, and balding, he bears little resemblance to the trim, dapper war hero who ran for district attorney 23 years earlier, proclaiming himself a fighting man for a fighting job. As he walks the last 2 blocks to his house in the Cheeseman Park neighborhood, a stately turn-of-the-century 3-story, he notices 2 men keeping pace with him on the opposite side of the street. Van Cise reaches the steps of his house. The men break into a run and catch up to him on the porch. One grabs him by the tie and snarls like a Hollywood hood, "We want you to come with us." The other man keeps his hand in his coat pocket, pointing something at the lawyer's belly. Van Cise is dog-tired and having none of it. Croaking out half-strangled cries for help, he wrestles with the goon yanking on his tie. The other man joins in the struggle, pulling his hand out of his pocket. No gun. Van Cise hollers and thrashes. The commotion sends dogs barking and neighbors to their windows. The men flee. When the police arrive, Van Cise tells them he didn't recognize the men. He doesn't know why anybody would want to kidnap him. But this isn't the first time it's happened either. Possibly, he suggests, it was an attempt at payback by someone he put away when he was Denver's top prosecutor, back in the roaring 20s. 2 decades is a long time to hold a grudge. Yet District Attorney Van Cise did his job so well, with favor toward none, that the list of potential suspects is staggering. In addition to prosecuting murderers, rapists, and thugs of all stripes, the Colonel set out to smash 2 sprawling criminal conspiracies during his single eventful term in office. The first battle made him one of the most admired and feared gangbusters in the country. The second cost him his job and almost cost him his life. Van Cise became Denver's district attorney at a critical moment in the city's history. It was a time when prostitution, gambling, and bootlegging thrived under police protection, when Denver's teeming underworld was ruled by Lou the Fixer Blonger, a shrewd ex-lawman who had something on everybody. Among the nation's top con artists, Denver was known as the big store, the place where a well-connected grifter could fleece rich marks out of hundreds of thousands of dollars without any interference from the law, as long as the fixer got his cut. Blonger attempted to buy off Van Cise even before he took office, a move he soon regretted. In defiance of the police and a mobbed-up city administration, Van Cise declared war on Blonger and his million-dollar bunco ring. He embarked on months of secret, often perilous investigation, involving techniques that were decades ahead of their time: electronic surveillance, undercover operatives, around-the-clock stakeouts, and communications intercepts, even counterintelligence measures, all to track and expose a confidence game so elaborate that some victims never realized they'd been swindled. The effort brought down the gang, upended the state's power structure and made national headlines. At the time of the Bunko Ring trial, Van Cise was the most celebrated figure in Colorado, and powerful men pleaded with him to run for mayor or governor. When he left office 2 years later, he was, by his own account, the most unpopular man in the state. This reversal of fortune says less about Van Cise than it does about the great political and social upheaval that swept across the country in the years after World War I. After prosecuting Blonger, the emboldened DA went on to investigate the workings of a resurgent Ku Klux Klan in Colorado. Employing the tactics he'd developed for busting the confidence game, he sent undercover agents to infiltrate KKK meetings and launched a grand jury probe of the group's well-cloaked leadership and political connections. He was grappling with a rapidly spreading disease, far more insidious than traditional crime syndicates. His audacious campaign to rid Colorado of the Klan exposed corruption at the highest levels of state government, but it had been largely forgotten by the time the two men tried to seize him from his porch. It's hard to believe that any member of the Bunko Ring or the KKK would still be gunning for the colonel in 1943, so long after the main event. Con men don't usually get involved in rough stuff like assault and abduction, and it seems unlikely that the few Klansmen who remained in Denver would attempt such a move. But Van Cise managed to attract trouble and lasting rancor simply by being his stiff-necked self. Just a few weeks before the bungled kidnapping, the Rocky Mountain News ran a short, begrudging profile of the former DA, comparing him to Julius Caesar. Abrupt, incisive, a bit inclined to deal with people as if he were a drill sergeant, the anonymous scribe observed. A zealot and a crusader, refused to be a candidate for mayor in 1923 when he could have been elected without question. The sort that repels familiarities. His back, even at times of triumph, is seldom slapped. Some people go along to get along and end up with slapped backs and testimonial dinners. Others follow their own moral compass at great personal risk and are ridiculed as the sort that repels familiarities. They might even be attacked on the street for no apparent reason. The mystery of the attempted kidnapping was never solved. It hangs there, unexplained, an echo of dangerous times, a grim reminder that a man who dares to do what Van Cise did will be looking over his shoulder for years to come. The kind of criminal conspiracies he fought are still with us, in more sophisticated guises, and so are the deceptions that go with them. But we can learn a great deal about how to fight them from his example, the methods he employed, the determination he showed, the ways he snatched victory from defeat without getting snatched himself. He had a singular talent for sniffing out a con and exposing it, whether it was a stock exchange that existed only in the minds of its victims, or a fat little man hiding behind a curtain, demanding that all bow and pay tribute to the imperial wizard. And, as his would-be abductors found out that summer evening long ago, if you showed up at his house uninvited, intending to take him by force, then that had better be a real gun in your pocket. The colonel was just the man to call your bluff. Part 1. Grifters. Lies were the foundation of my schemes. A lie is an allurement, a fabrication that can be embellished into a fantasy. It can be clothed in the raiments of a mystic conception. Joseph R. Weil, as told to W.T. Brannan, Con Man, a master swindler's own story. 1. The Fighting Man. Like many American soldiers coming home from the Great War, Philip Van Cise found himself at loose ends. The war, and his part in it, had not gone as he expected, and the return to civilian life was not as gratifying as he'd imagined it would be. It was fine to have people fussing over your uniform, your ribbons and medals, including, in Van Cise's case, a Distinguished Service Medal, honoring his exceptional ability as an intelligence officer. But settling into the peace was more difficult than he anticipated. By the time he stepped off the train in Denver's Union Station in July of 1919, shortly after his discharge, the victory parades had all been marched, the speeches delivered, the thanks of a grateful nation bestowed. He was 34 years old and had been gone for more than 2 years, including 16 months in France. The experience had been, for the most part, a disappointment. Having previously commanded a company in the Colorado National Guard, he'd sailed through officer training, received a commission as a captain of infantry, and patiently waited for a posting to a front-line battalion. But his superiors considered him to be more valuable as an administrator. He was promoted to major and assigned to supply services and office work. In letters to a cousin in Iowa, he complained of being stuck in a series of paper-pushing, do-nothing jobs with too much time on his hands, time he spent learning French, reading Ibsen, exploring the countryside, and even, on one occasion, hunting boar. About all I can say is that I am practically my own boss, can go for a horseback ride, auto ride, or an airplane ride whenever I want to, and work on an average about 1 hour a day, he wrote. It is a shame the great number of officers who are over here with absolutely nothing to do. He finally went over the top, as the trench soldiers called it, in the Battle of Saint-Mihiel, the first American-led offensive of the war. He emerged unscathed and was put in charge of intelligence for the 81st Division, gathering information on the enemy's strength, location, and intentions. Promoted to lieutenant colonel and detailed to the general staff of the American Expeditionary Forces, he remained on active duty overseas for months after the armistice. In Denver, he had a wife and 2 small children, a son and a daughter. The youngest, Edwin, had been scarcely 3 months old when Van Cise enlisted. A widowed mother, an ailing sister, and a much-neglected law practice also demanded his attention, along with the city itself, a city that Van Cise had embraced, brooded over, bragged about, and quarreled with most of his adult life. At first glance, post-war Denver made quite an impression. It was the largest, most prosperous metropolis between Kansas City and San Francisco, home to 250,000 residents, roughly 1 out of every 4 people in the entire state. A regional hub for industry and agriculture, it also offered abundant amenities for tourists, including thousands of acres of urban and mountain parks, a mild and sunny climate, a well-lit downtown teeming with elegant hotels, shops, restaurants, and movie palaces, served by an extensive electric trolley system, and spectacular views of the rugged foothills and towering Rockies to the west. Tuberculosis patients came to Denver for its dry, clean air. Immigrants, primarily from Eastern Europe and Russia, came seeking jobs in its factories, stockyards, and smelters, where the air was not so clean. Civic boosters touted Denver as the top of the world, the mile-high city, and the Paris of the West. The official version of how the Paris of the West got so grand, the one recited by tour guides, tended to focus on colorful prospectors who struck it rich and blessed their adopted home with magnificent acts of philanthropy. The real story of how Denver evolved from a frontier settlement to a bustling city with cosmopolitan pretensions was a much tawdrier tale. It began in the late 1850s, when gold hunters established a clump of primitive encampments along Cherry Creek and the South Platte River. The gold petered out quickly, and civic progress stalled during the turmoil of the Civil War. But more substantial gold and silver strikes in the nearby mountains brought a flood of miners and speculators to the region. In the 1870s, the railroads and statehood came calling, and in the following decade the city's population tripled. Denver transformed itself from gold camp backwater to mining supply capital, providing equipment, outfitting, engineering, legal and financial expertise, amusements and diversions, a gauntlet of services and investment opportunities designed to separate newcomers from their cash. Not all the offerings were strictly legal. Laws against gambling and prostitution had been on the books since territorial days, but they were rarely enforced. In a red light district, known as the Row, hundreds of women worked in brothels, ranging from fancy bawdry houses to ramshackle cribs, scarcely larger than a jail cell. A short stroll away was a procession of saloons and gambling halls. At most of them, the house had not simply an edge, but a guarantee, thanks to loaded dice, rigged wheels, and faro dealers who were skilled mechanics. One reporter concluded that, of the hundreds of games of chance operating in Denver in 1885, all but 6 were crooked. Suckers who steered clear of the gambling dens had a good chance of losing their bankroll elsewhere. 3-card Monte dealers worked the street corners, and even the more respectable hotels and saloons had their share of gold brick salesmen and promoters of salted mines. The most brazen of the conmen, Jefferson Randolph Soapy Smith, drew throngs to his corner stand by offering large bills, 20s, 50s, even the occasional 100, as prizes wrapped around bars of cheap soap, which were then packaged in paper and presented for purchase alongside other prizeless bars. After watching an ecstatic winner or two come away waving cash, frantic customers might pay $5 a bar, or even more, once Smith started auctioning off the dwindling pile. But the prize winners were all shills. Smith deftly palmed each bill as he wrapped the bars in paper, and there was never anything in the suckers' packages but soap. Smith had made enough at the racket and other schemes to own a piece of the Tivoli Club, one of the town's premier clip joints. Bunco artists like Smith couldn't have operated so openly without official sanction and protection, a trail of greased palms that went from the cop on the beat to high-ranking city officials. In 1894, a new Colorado governor, Davis Waitt, attempted to do something about Denver's graft-riddled fire and police board, replacing the worst offenders with his own appointees. The fire board members refused to step down. Waitt called out the state militia, which trained cannons and Gatling guns on City Hall. Deputized in response to the emergency, Soapy Smith brought men, guns, and explosives to the besieged building, determined to defend the city's right to embrace corruption as it saw fit. The tense standoff ended with Waitt ordering his troops to withdraw. Pressure from business interests eventually did what the militia could not. Robert Speer, a land developer turned Democratic Party boss, ascended to the mayor's office on promises of cleaning up the city, literally and figuratively. Under the Speer administration, squalid Cherry Creek became a greenway along a grand boulevard. An abandoned cemetery became a regional park. The city center became a whirl of new public buildings rising above a neoclassical amphitheater and plaza. And Denver became a showcase of the City Beautiful movement. Speer also launched sporadic crusades against the most conspicuous gambling halls and the cribs along the Row. The makeover did wonders for his town's image, but how deep the changes went was open to question. Speer was a realist, not a reformer. The idea was to control vice, not eradicate it. What evils we have thus far been unable to rid ourselves of are at least not hidden evils, he boasted in one public address. Of course, there is graft in Denver, but I believe all efforts are being made to keep it at a minimum. Speer's own ties to the not-so-hidden evils of the town were intricate and far-flung. He had friends and donors among the real estate interests that stood to benefit most from the civic improvements, friends in charge of the major utility franchises that made millions off the city, friends among the town's most notorious gamblers and gangsters. Reporters openly referred to him as Bunko Bob. Weary of machine politics, voters opted for a reform candidate in 1912, a shift to a progressive agenda that saw Denver shutter its red light district and Colorado enact its own version of prohibition. Yet the more cynical element in town regarded these bouts of moral purification as temporary at best. Denver had seen waves of reform, but they never lasted. The gamblers and madams and the opium peddlers hadn't been purged, merely dispersed to more discreet locales. The ban on booze, 5 years before the Volstead Act, gave local bootleggers a head start on the rest of the country. As if to underscore the fragility of reform, in 1916 the voters threw out the do-gooders and brought Speer back as mayor. He died of pneumonia 2 years later, halfway through his 3rd term. Van Cise arrived back in Denver just weeks after the election of Speer's successor, Dewey Bailey, a Republican. At first, he was too preoccupied to pay much attention to local politics, too busy rebuilding his law practice and fielding invitations from civic groups eager to hear about his war experiences. In early 1920, he was asked to introduce the commander of the American Expeditionary Forces, General John J. Pershing, at a reception at the city auditorium. He worked painstakingly on his brief role in the event, which was attended by 12,000 veterans. But as he watched the new city administration fumble around, promising a crackdown on crime that it couldn't seem to deliver, he began to take an interest in Mayor Bailey. Even more intriguing was the city's district attorney, William Foley, who was said to be reluctant, if not entirely derelict, in the pursuit of his duties. A Democrat, Foley was described in the Rocky Mountain News as too good a fellow to make a successful prosecutor. Van Cise gave the situation careful study. Then he wrote a letter to a long list of friends and acquaintances, making sure the newspaper received copies. I hereby announce my candidacy for the Republican nomination for the office of District Attorney, he wrote. Good government and good citizenship result from the certain and swift enforcement of the law. I believe in action rather than promises. As he readily admitted in later years, Van Cise didn't know what he was getting into when he set his sights on becoming Denver's top law enforcement official. He was restless, cocky, ambitious, to be sure. At the same time, he wasn't quite as naive as he sounded. He knew something about the forces and people shaping local and state politics from years of sharing an office with his father, Edwin, another restless man of high ideals and multiple occupations. Father and son also shared a painfully earnest civic-mindedness, born of inflexible personal convictions about right and wrong and proprietary pride in their adopted town. A crime or scandal that shamed their city was like an assault on their family name, or a dinner guest who spat on the floor. It was an outrage that had to be addressed. Born in 1842 in Adams County, Pennsylvania, Edwin Van Cise moved to Iowa as a teen. He taught in a country school, joined a Union regiment of volunteers, worked as a reporter and editor at the Burlington Hawkeye, traveled Europe as a correspondent for several other newspapers, and picked up a license as a Universalist minister before deciding that his true calling was the law. In 1877, he moved to the Dakota Territory and became a county attorney in Rapid City and a special prosecutor under the Hayes administration, charged with investigating fraud perpetrated by whites on the Pine Ridge Reservation. He then opened his own practice in Deadwood. In 1881, he married 20-year-old Adele McBride, the daughter of Irish immigrants. 2 years later, the couple had a daughter, Ethel. Philip was born the following year, on October 25, 1884. Deadwood's most notorious residents, including Wild Bill Hickok and Calamity Jane, had already died or moved on, but the place still had its rough edges. In his youth, Phil encountered Sioux families camped on the edge of town, displaced by the Black Hills gold rush. He and other white boys bartered with the Sioux boys, trading kitchen utensils for arrowheads and tomahawks. According to family lore, the elder Van Cise represented members of the tribe pro bono in their claims against the mining companies. But as the mines began to play out, so did Edwin's law practice. In 1900, the family moved to booming Denver. Edwin set up a firm downtown, joined the law school faculty at the University of Colorado, served on the city's new Public Utilities Commission, and became affiliated with the Progressive Party. A gawky adolescent, Phil loved fishing, the outdoors, and trouncing all comers as the star of the debate team at Denver's East High School. He graduated in 1903, then went to Boulder to study at the university. During the summer, he worked as a reporter for the Rocky Mountain News and as house manager for his fraternity. In 1909, he collected his law degree from CU and joined his father's firm, Van Cise and Grant. Yet he wasn't ready to settle into a career behind a desk. Just months out of school, he became one of the organizers of an all-college man company in the Colorado National Guard. The 60 reservists of Company K soon established a reputation as the most disciplined and well-drilled outfit in the state. Their captain, Van Cise, was outspoken in his contempt for some of the other companies, a slovenly collection of Spanish-American war vets and ex-mercenaries. What was needed in the Guard, he insisted, was true professionalism. It was a cry that would be taken up by others, but only after a bloody clash between soldiers and civilians in a desolate place called Ludlow, a tragedy that reverberated throughout Colorado and much of the nation. On September 23, 1913, 11,000 miners working in southern Colorado's coal fields went on strike, after years of enduring the deadliest working conditions in the country. The mine owners brought in strikebreakers and private security companies to keep the mines operating. Evicted from the company towns, the strikers set up tent colonies near the railroad lines and tried to prevent imported scabs from reaching the mines. Local police agencies, which were closely aligned with the mine owners, were incapable of stemming the violent confrontations that followed. Under mounting pressure from the coal companies to intervene, Governor Elias Ammons called out the Colorado National Guard under the command of General John Chase, a Denver eye doctor. More than 1,000 troops arrived in the southern fields at the end of October, setting up garrisons in Trinidad and Walsenburg, and establishing an outpost just a few hundred yards from the largest tent colony of them all, Ludlow, a makeshift village of 1,200 men, women, and children. At first, the strikers welcomed the soldiers as peacekeepers. Upon arrival at Ludlow, Company K was greeted with a band and Union songs. Van Cise, who'd grown a substantial chin-warmer, was known as the Captain with a Beard, and his men played baseball and football with the colonists. But the relationship quickly frayed. General Chase ordered the tents searched and all weapons seized. The strikers responded by hiding guns in storage pits dug under the tents and smuggling in more. An order prohibiting the troops from escorting strikebreakers to the mines was rescinded. The strikers, mostly Southern and Eastern European immigrants, started calling the soldiers scab herders. Even more alarming, former mine guards and local deputies, sworn enemies of the strikers, began showing up in National Guard uniforms. The most despised of them all was Lieutenant Carl Monty Linderfelt, commander of Company B. An Army veteran who'd seen combat in the Philippines and as a mercenary in Mexico, Linderfelt had been working as a deputy in Los Animas County. In other words, in service to the mine owners, when he'd been called back to active duty in the Guard, along with his two brothers. In the months that followed, Linderfelt threatened or assaulted several strikers, earning particular ill will from the Greeks in the Ludlow colony, whom he referred to as Dagos and rednecks, communists. He rages violently upon little or no provocation, and is wholly unfit to bear arms and command men, as he has no control over himself, declared a State Federation of Labor report to Governor Ammons, urging that Linderfelt be removed. Van Cise thought Linderfelt was the worst man the Army could have put in command of a company at Ludlow because of his insane hatred of the strikers. It didn't escape his notice that, while the men from Company K could visit the tent colony unarmed, Linderfelt's men always went in armed to the teeth, expecting an ambush. The strike dragged on through one of the harshest winters Colorado had ever seen. In the spring, eager to end the costly military occupation of 2 counties and believing that the strikers were close to capitulation, Ammons began recalling the troops. Van Cise's Company K went home in March. By mid-April, only a skeleton force remained at the military encampment at Ludlow, including Linderfelt's Company B. On April 20th, the day after Greek Easter, the colony erupted in gunfire, explosions, and flames. No one knows who fired the first shot or what provoked it. It might have been strikers seeking retaliation against Linderfelt, or a soldier reacting to a surge of armed men pouring out of the camp, who were reacting to reports that soldiers were trying to arrest Louis Tikas, a leader of Ludlow's Greek community. Within minutes, the militia had set up a machine gun on a rise overlooking the colony, and bullets were flying in all directions. Toward evening, soldiers began to move through the colony, setting the tents on fire and burning the place to the ground. By morning, 20 people had died, including 2 women and 11 children who'd taken refuge from the gunfire in an earthen cellar beneath a tent and suffocated there as the fire raged over them. Also among the dead were a soldier shot in the neck and 3 prisoners of the militia, supposedly killed while trying to escape. One of the dead prisoners was Louis Tikas, who had been shot 3 times in the back and had his skull fractured by a heavy blow. Over the next 10 days, the strikers exacted a terrible vengeance for their dead. They dynamited mine entrances, shot suspected scabs, and engaged the militia in battle on the hogback above Walsenburg. It was one of the most violent insurrections since the Civil War, claiming the lives of at least 6 strikers and 24 mine employees, and it didn't stop until President Woodrow Wilson sent in federal troops. Van Cise returned to southern Colorado on Friday, April 24th, well ahead of the Federals. He was a man on a mission. The months of strike duty had postponed his plans to wed Sarah Reeves, a 28-year-old piano teacher and the daughter of a prominent Denver realtor. Now the wedding was only a day away, but he'd been ordered back to the strike zone to learn all he could about what would become known as the Ludlow Massacre. He sought out enlisted men from Company B, who told him that Linderfelt had ordered the execution of the prisoners and smashed Tikas in the head with his rifle, breaking the stock. Van Cise reported back to Governor Ammons on Saturday morning and married Sarah that evening. He had to cut short the reception after learning that he'd been appointed to a military commission charged with investigating the killings and was required back in the field. Van Cise accepted the appointment reluctantly, making it plain that he believed court-martial proceedings should be brought against Linderfelt and every militia member who participated in the burning of the colony. To his surprise, court-martial hearings were held. To no one's surprise, the hearings ended in acquittal of every one of the soldiers charged, except for Linderfelt, who was found to have assaulted Tikas, but without any intent of criminality. He received a mild reprimand. After barely a week of inquiry, the three-man commission issued a report claiming that the strikers had started the firefight. Some blame, the report added, lies with the coal operators, who established in an American industrial community a numerous class of ignorant, lawless, and savage South European peasants. That ringing condemnation didn't reflect the complexity of Van Cise's view of the matter. Although his own writings about Ludlow included a call for tougher immigration laws, he also denounced the Guard's efforts to investigate itself as a whitewash, and referred to Lieutenant Colonel Edward Boughton, the head of the commission and the principal author of the report, as a crook. When not in uniform, Boughton earned his bread as an attorney for mining companies. Van Cise resigned from the Guard in the fall of 1914, shortly after the death of his father at the age of 72 from complications of diabetes. His father had taught him about the law and justice, but Ludlow had been his education in the absence of such things. No justice for Tikas, for Linderfelt, for the women and children asphyxiated in the pit, for the men killed in the 10-day rampage that followed. His own role as inquisitor and whistleblower had won him few allies. Curiously, though, the bitter episode would not be the last time he sought out such a thankless mission, and ended up caught in the middle between labor and capital, trying to keep the peace and outraged by the lawlessness of both sides. The sequel came 6 years later, in the heat of his campaign to become Denver's district attorney. On August 1, 1920, Local 746 of the Streetcar Workers Union voted 887 to 10 to strike against the Denver Tramway Company. Cutting the 6-cent fares by a penny had been among the campaign promises of Mayor Bailey. To accomplish this, the company lopped wages, laid off employees, and trimmed routes. Facing more looming job losses and struggling to keep up with the rising cost of living on less than 50 cents an hour, the remaining workers saw no other choice but to walk out. The move left thousands without transportation. The company summoned professional strikebreaker John "Blackjack" Jerome, who brought in scores of armed men to operate the most vital routes. The situation deteriorated quickly. Strike supporters surrounded one of the few trolleys running downtown and derailed it. Strike breakers sprayed fire extinguishers on the attackers. Autos filled with strike breakers were pelted with rocks and bricks. Arrests multiplied. So did the violence. On the 5th day of the strike, a crowd of thousands marched into downtown in support of the union. It started quietly enough, but by evening the demonstration had devolved into a series of scrums involving strikers, strike breakers, and police. Throngs engulfed 2 streetcars, overturned and demolished them. Another contingent stormed the downtown car barns, where the trolleys were stored, only to be met with gunfire. 2 streetcars were attacked outside the Catholic Cathedral on Colfax Avenue, forcing strikebreakers to take refuge in the church. An assault on another car barn on the south side led to more shooting. Hundreds poured into the Denver Post headquarters that night, enraged at the newspaper for its support of the company, and tried to wreck the presses and set the building on fire. At 1 a.m, after huddling with the governor, Mayor Bailey put out a call for volunteers to help his overwhelmed police force maintain order. The next day, hundreds of Army veterans showed up in uniform at the city's American Legion posts, reporting for special duty. They were sworn in as deputies by a police magistrate and issued white brassards to wear on the right arm, signifying that they were part of a peacekeeping force. Van Cise was one of them. Monty Linderfelt was another. Van Cise was put to work coordinating deployment of the volunteers, who were supposed to patrol residential areas and free up the police to concentrate on quelling any disturbances downtown. Linderfelt, hailed in the Rocky Mountain News as hero of many a hard fight, roamed the streets with his own entourage. He claimed to have 75 crack riflemen and gunners under his command, eager to respond to any assault on law and order. The Legionnaires formed cordons, closed streets, and told roving packs of belligerent young men to go home. Van Cise caught a ride in a truck with a machine gun mounted in the back and got no arguments from anyone. But after sunset, trouble boiled on the east side of town, where hundreds of strikers and onlookers had gathered outside a car barn packed with scabs. A touring car full of strikebreakers roared into the scene and was met with a hail of bricks. Gunmen inside the building fired into the crowd, killing 5 and wounding at least a dozen more, including several women and children. That night, the mayor made the call he'd refused to make the night before. Within hours, Denver was under martial law. Federal troops rode the streetcars and occupied key positions across the city. The strikebreakers were disarmed. The union called off the strike, but most of the strikers lost their jobs anyway. The riots, which in 2 nights had resulted in 7 dead and more than 50 wounded, came to an abrupt end. District Attorney Foley summoned a special grand jury to investigate the strike violence. Some of the rioters who'd trashed private property were indicted, but no one was ever charged for the slaughter outside the East Side car barn. Van Cise was stunned. It was Ludlow all over again. He had no reason to expect that he might win the race for district attorney. He had little experience with criminal law and no political pull at all. All he had was his late father's sterling reputation, a few friends in the legal community, and whatever support he could drum up by touting his war record. His campaign brochures presented him as a fighting man for a fighting job, someone who'd served his country honorably and would be a fearless prosecutor, in contrast, say, to William Foley. Van Cise blasted the incumbent for failing to prosecute Denver Tramway's murderous hired guns and for his anemic courtroom performance in general. 1/3 of the criminal cases Foley had filed during his 4 years in office were dismissed. Foley had personally tried only 2 cases and lost them both. Foley wasn't his chief worry, though. The Republicans had their machine politics, just like the Democrats, and the insiders loathed Van Cise for running without their approval. The party leadership had its own ideas about who the next DA was going to be, and it wasn't a self-promoting nobody from Deadwood who didn't know how to keep his nose out of messes like Ludlow or the tramway strike. But Van Cise's timing for his dark horse run couldn't have been better. The boys at City Hall backed one candidate for DA, Henry May, and U.S. Senator Lawrence Phipps backed another, Omar Garwood. When the GOP primary rolled around, the party loyalists were split. Van Cise drew enough votes from people who didn't care for May or Garwood to emerge with the nomination. Alarmed at the upset, some of the Republican faithful began working to get the incumbent Democrat reelected, rather than back Van Cise. Others set out to put an independent on the ballot, denouncing Van Cise as a pseudo-reformer and a martinet. His mind travels along a lone track, the rigidity of military discipline, all elements of humaneness obliterated, one of his critics wrote in an open letter to the public. Force, brutality, egotism run amok constitute a complete mental analysis of the candidate. In spite of all this, a stream of supplicants sought out the fighting man, figuring he might have a shot at winning. A few days after the primary, Leonard DeLue showed up at Van Cise's law office, all smiles and good wishes. DeLue had been a deputy sheriff in Denver back in the bad old days of the 1890s, involved in strike-breaking and street clashes over which gang of duly deputized toughs was going to control the ballot stuffing at the city's polling places. He now ran the biggest private investigation agency in town, an enterprise built on his extensive knowledge of the local power structure and his access to people from all strata of society. He offered Van Cise his congratulations and said he had a friend who wanted to meet him, someone who can do more to elect you than any man in Denver. DeLue didn't name his friend, and Van Cise resisted his attempts to set up a meeting. He didn't like DeLue and didn't see any reason to curry favor with his friends. But DeLue persisted. He persuaded another attorney to intercede on his behalf, urging Van Cise to be sociable if it would help him get votes. Van Cise agreed to meet the mysterious kingmaker in DeLue's office one morning. He arrived at the appointed time and found Lou Blonger waiting for him. Blonger was heavy-set, with thick-lidded eyes and coarse features. His face was dominated by a bulbous, oversized nose, like a misshapen potato, that was both unnerving and comical. He was 71 and had been a fixture in the city for more than 30 years, with interests at various times in saloons, gambling halls, and related rackets. Van Cise had met him years ago, in the course of his work as a cub reporter, but knew hardly anything about him. There were all sorts of stories about Blonger and his shady connections on both sides of the street, from judges and party bosses to legendary gunmen and outlaws like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Soapy Smith. Like his city, Blonger had ostensibly cleaned up his act in recent years. He kept an office on 17th Street these days, in the heart of the city's financial district, and referred to himself as a mining investor. Yet the moment Van Cise stepped into DeLue's office and saw Blonger there, he knew something unsavory was in the works. Blonger was soft-spoken and genial. He boasted that he was a Civil War veteran and had marched in Memorial Day parades alongside the candidate's late father, a grand old man. It was important for the vets to stick together, he said, and he was keenly interested in supporting the only candidate in the race who'd seen combat in France. He asked blunt questions about the state of Van Cise's law practice and his campaign funds. Van Cise admitted that neither was thriving. "Have you any rich friends who are putting up for you?" Blonger asked. "I've paid my own way so far," Van Cise replied, adding that he didn't think the campaign would cost more than $2,000 tops. $2,000? It'll cost $25 if it costs a cent, Blonger declared. "I guess I am a sentimental fool, but because you are the only soldier on the ticket, I'll put up that $25,000. You can either have it now or call on me as you need it." Keeping his expression as deadpan as he could, Van Cise struggled to craft a response. The job of district attorney paid less than $100 a week. 25 grand was better than 5 years' salary. It was graft on a grand scale. But what was expected in return? He had to find out. "I don't know how to thank you," he said. "I don't need your money now, but I may need it. And if it costs as you say it does, I will certainly call upon you." That seemed to satisfy Blonger. He chatted amiably and to no apparent purpose for a few minutes. Then he began to talk about young men he knew, grandsons of old chums, who were rising stars in the stock business. Their dealings were perfectly legitimate, but occasionally a client got rattled and made a complaint, dragging in the district attorney over nothing and putting Blonger in the position of posting bond until the matter was cleared up. It would save him a lot of inconvenience, he suggested, if Van Cise would agree to set the bond in such situations at $1,000. Once again, the candidate had to pick his words carefully. Low bail for peddlers of dubious stocks, so they could skip town without having to forfeit more than a fraction of their take? That was the ask? It was a clumsy play, and there was no way Van Cise could deflect it without declaring himself. "I don't know anything about bonds," he said, "but my hunch would be to fix the bond at double the amount the defendant is said to have stolen. Then there would be no question about his appearance at the trial." His frankness seemed to chase all the hail fellow soldier camaraderie out of the room. The gleam of interest in Blonger's eyes faded. There was no more talk of donations or bonds, and Van Cise soon departed. On election night, he took Sarah to the Republican Party headquarters to await the returns. The early count, based on ballots from the Central Business District, favored Foley. Van Cise could hear the cheers from the Republican County Chairman's office, where the chairman was hosting Blonger and a deputy sheriff named Tom Clark. Then the returns from other parts of the city started to trickle in. Van Cise surged ahead and stayed there, ultimately carrying close to 60% of the vote. Around midnight, Blonger and Clark made a noisy, profanity-strewn exit. Over the next few weeks, as Van Cise wound down his law practice and prepared to take office, he had occasion to reflect on his conversation with Blonger and pick at its implications. One December day, he phoned the man and asked him to come to his office. Blonger arrived in minutes, perhaps hopeful that the district attorney-elect had decided to take him up on his offer of financial assistance. For long moments the men sat in cautious silence, eyeing each other. "Lou," Van Cise began, "what is your honest opinion of the conversation we had in September?" Blonger hesitated, as if looking for the trick in the question. But there was no equivocation in his reply. "That was the damnedest fool stunt I ever pulled in my life," he said. Van Cise nodded. As soon as he was in office, he explained, he would be going after the illegal gambling operations in town. Those with a financial interest in such businesses could expect to be shut down and prosecuted. Blonger listened with evident bafflement. He didn't have anything to do with gambling joints anymore, he protested, not for years. "Well, Lou, I just wanted to give you notice to quit while the quitting is good," Van Cise said. "You do what you want," Blonger snapped. Soon he was out the door and off to the races, he said, in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The reaction Van Cise had hoped to elicit from him had failed to materialize. Whatever the old scoundrel was seeking to protect with his spurned $25,000 donation, it wasn't a rigged roulette wheel or card game. It was something much bigger. Van Cise realized he was going to have to find out a lot more about Lou Blonger. 2. The Big Store. The man to see about how things worked in Denver was Hamilton Armstrong, the long-suffering police chief. Ham, as his friends called him, had been in and out of political favor over the past quarter-century and knew all the players. No one had a better grasp of how crime was organized in the city or of the private arrangements among cops, politicians, and criminals that kept the smell of rot from permeating downtown and driving away the tourists. Shortly after his triumph in the election, Van Cise walked into City Hall, asked for the chief, and was granted an audience. Armstrong was 64 years old, a gray, sunken fellow with an imposing walrus mustache. It was as if the job had worn him down, like a relentless rain, leaving only the mustache. He had been a bookbinder and a state senator before taking the chief's job in 1894 as Governor Waite's personal choice to oversee a shakeup at the force and a crackdown on illegal gambling. He had been brought back into office during subsequent spasms of reform and was now in his fourth non-consecutive appointment as chief. Known for spurning bribes and leading vice raids himself, he was good copy for reporters and a widely trusted public figure in a town where such men were in short supply. Months before the 1920 tramway strike, he'd been selected as an impartial arbiter, tasked with trying to broker a deal between the company and its workers. When the strike turned ugly, he'd been on the front lines and caught a flying brick in the face. Despite the chief's habit of calling everyone son, Van Cise liked him and considered him a straight shooter. But Armstrong wasn't inclined to share what he knew with just anybody. He suggested that the new district attorney see the situation firsthand before they had a serious talk. He summoned a police captain and introduced him to Van Cise. "Take him out and show him the town," he said. "What part?" the captain asked. "Every damn bit," the chief replied. For several nights, Van Cise and the captain explored downtown's seamier corners. They knocked on anonymous doors, got eyeballed through peepholes, and waited long minutes before admission, by which time any gambling equipment or booze in the vicinity had disappeared. They dropped in on rooming establishments that contained a suspicious number of single females, but no gentlemen callers. In Hop Alley, the remnant of a once thriving Chinese community, they visited fan-tan parlors that seemed to have emptied of patrons just moments before they arrived, clouds of tobacco smoke still lingering over the tables. Bewildered, Van Cise came back to Armstrong for an explanation. Despite what the law said, despite decades of alleged reforms, Denver was still a wide-open town. That much was obvious. It was also clear that the police knew about the gambling, prostitution, and speakeasy operations, and that a system of lookouts and barred doors had developed to spare the cops, the clientele, and the operators any embarrassment. But why did Armstrong put up with it? The chief responded patiently, like a father explaining an unpleasant fact of life to a child. The lookouts Van Cise had encountered were only the beginning. There were lookouts on the police force, too, and in the district attorney's office. When officers can get money for not seeing things, it takes an unusual man not to get blind once in a while, he said. He ticked off names. Ike Goldman, the city constable, who supervised jury selection in the misdemeanor courts, took payoffs from many of the gambling houses and brothels. Tom Clark, the chief deputy sheriff, whom Van Cise had seen hunkered with Lou Blonger on election night, collected from others. The bootleggers spread cash around several precincts, and the best bonded stuff in town could be found stored in the basement of the city auditorium, Mayor Bailey's private stock for lavish parties. "What would happen if you raided all these places?" Van Cise asked. "Say, you are green," Armstrong mused. "My raids would all be tipped off, and I'd arrest a lot of people but have no evidence. And Denver would have a new chief of police." The problem wasn't just a payoff here and there, the chief explained. The web of graft and corruption had been evolving for years, and now spanned the city, from the courts to the jails to the mayor's office. And behind it all was the fixer, Lou Blonger, the man who could spring crooks with one phone call and whose own operations were so well protected that Armstrong was powerless to oppose him. Blonger and his right-hand man, Adolph Duff, ran some kind of stock racket, but Armstrong didn't know the details. He'd once arrested Duff, only to see him released within hours, after Tom Clark went upstairs. Mayor Bailey had then informed Armstrong that he was to stay away from Blonger and his associates, and was not to raid gambling houses or brothels, except on notice and for publicity purposes. Other than that, he could chase all the crooks he wanted. "What Blonger says goes," Armstrong said. He named 2 police detectives who were almost certainly on Blonger's payroll. "Look out for them. They are Blonger's men, and he has a lot of others in this burg." Van Cise listened raptly. He and the chief made a pact that evening. Sick of tiptoeing around the graft, Armstrong agreed to work with him, to bring down the whole mess, and damn the consequences. Van Cise went home that evening, eager to get started. But he lost his most important ally before the plan could be put into motion. On January 10, 1921, a day before the new DA was sworn in, Ham Armstrong died of heart failure at his home. He'd been battling cancer and a bad heart for some time, but the Denver Times attributed his death to the frustration and heartbreak of his job. Handicapped in the conduct of his office by political influence, unable to proceed vigorously against law offenders who were protected by pull, discouraged at the general public apathy toward vice, his spirit, according to his intimates, was crushed. Speculation about who would replace the chief abounded. One article mentioned 6 possible successors. 3 of them, Deputy Sheriff Tom Clark, Captain of Detectives Washington Rinker, and Detective George Sanders, were names Van Cise already knew. Armstrong had called them Blonger's men. Murders and other major felony cases commanded most of Van Cise's attention during his first months in office. In his spare time, he began building a file on Blonger and his activities. It was a lonely pursuit. Mindful of what Armstrong had said about lookouts everywhere, he was wary of enlisting anyone in his office in his investigation, from the career staff to the youthful team of deputy prosecutors he'd recruited himself, for fear of tipping off his target. But information came to him anyway, in fragments and scraps, gleaned from old records or innocently volunteered by veteran attorneys drawn into reminiscing about local history. Reporters tended to have the best stories about Blonger, but it was hard to say how many of those stories were true. Blonger had cut a wide swath across the frontier West, a time and place so richly slathered in legend and romance that it was difficult to extract a reliable fact or two. Born in 1849 in Vermont, Blonger grew up in a large family that would produce several rogues and hard cases. The family soon moved to Wisconsin. When Lou was 10, his mother died while giving birth to her 13th child. At 15, Lou joined the Union Army as a fifer. After the Civil War, he headed west with his older brother Sam, whom he idolized. The pair gambled, drank, and embarked on a string of business ventures, never lingering in one place for long. A billiard parlor in Iowa, a gambling hall in Salt Lake City, 2 saloons in Nevada, another in California, prospecting in New Mexico and Colorado. In 1879, Sam Blonger ran for mayor of Leadville, Colorado, and lost. 3 years later, he was the city marshal in Albuquerque, with Lou as his deputy. At some point, Sam lost an eye in a gunfight and took to wearing blue-tinted glasses to hide the injury. In the late 1880s, the Blonger brothers moved to Denver, dividing their time between working mining claims in the mountains and running a series of saloons in town. The pair had attempted modest swindles of various kinds over the years, but in Denver they found all that was needed to settle into the business, including a steady supply of suckers ripe for the trimming. Lou divorced his first wife, a wealthy San Francisco artist, and married his second, Nola, a young actress. He branched out from crooked card games to policy shops, a form of lottery that encouraged gamblers of meager means to play their lucky numbers with little hope of return. He also began to dabble in politics, his name surfacing in several election scandals involving ballot stuffing and the bribing of voters. His expanding activities put him in competition with other scam artists, including Soapy Smith and his crew. The two gangs were apparently rivals in some matters, partners in others. According to one account, Smith went on a rampage one night and walked into the Blongers' saloon to confront Sam about their territorial disputes. A police officer intercepted Smith in the nick of time, as Lou waited behind a cigar counter with a shotgun, preparing to blast Soapy into bubbles. Whether the story was true or not, the volatile Smith's influence visibly diminished as Lou Blonger's star rose. It was said that, in order to keep operating his soap racket, Smith had to pay tribute to Blonger. Van Cise heard the figure was as much as 50% of the take. In 1896, Smith left Colorado for good, fleeing an attempted murder rap. He died in a shootout in Skagway, Alaska, 2 years later. Sam soon retreated from the field too, in favor of mining, leaving the Denver underworld in his brother's capable hands. Lou Blonger's police record indicated more than 20 arrests. His gambling houses were raided repeatedly, usually after a complaint from a fleeced visitor. One filing accused him of operating a systematic bunco game that victimized young men of tender years. In 1898, Blonger was charged with assault after beating a man with the butt of a revolver. Blonger claimed the man had swindled him out of $1,000, an instance of the bunco man getting buncoed that had the police in stitches. But none of the cases resulted in a single conviction. The charges were either dismissed for lack of evidence or dropped after some private settlement was reached. The trail of arrests stopped abruptly in 1901. By all outward appearances, Blonger was now a prosperous, respectable old gent. He kept an apartment half a block from the state capitol for his second wife and was building a top-of-the-line bungalow near the Denver Country Club for his mistress, at a cost of $30,000. He also had orchards on the western outskirts of town, where he grew the state's best cherries. Every year he dispatched crates of them to politicians, judges, and other prominent members of the community. His circle of longtime friends included Denver Post publisher Harry Tamman and William Pinkerton, head of the famous detective agency. A batch of cherries from Lou was a sign that you were in favor, or perhaps that you were about to get hit up for one. Was it possible that, as Blonger claimed, he was no longer mixed up in the rackets? At least one of his gold and silver mines, the Forest Queen in Cripple Creek, had been productive enough that Blonger could be living comfortably on its proceeds alone. But Van Cise knew better. The bribe Blonger had offered him was one piece of evidence, Armstrong's account of Blonger's untouchable status another. The lack of arrests in the past 20 years merely suggested that the fixer had become so powerful and well-insulated that arrest was now unthinkable. There was also the matter of the company he kept. No legitimate businessman would have any reason to associate with Adolph Duff, also known as Kid Duffy, whom Armstrong had described as the fixer's lieutenant. Short, lean, pale, nervous, and ferret-like, Duff shared offices with Blonger on the third floor of the American National Bank building downtown and claimed to be in the insurance business. But he had a history as a compulsive gambler, opium smoker, and petty promoter who used to stage crooked foot races in the Garden of the Gods, a scenic Red Rocks park in Colorado Springs. Chased out of the Springs after a gambling rap, he had thrown in with Blonger and become part of the fixer's insulation. He reportedly served as the manager, who handled payoffs and otherwise acted as a buffer between his boss and the field operatives who ran the confidence games. But nailing down the details was difficult. When Van Cise tried to retrieve Duff's rap sheet, he was told that the Denver police file on him had been lost, including his mugshot. Searches of other jurisdictions revealed that his records had been removed from those police departments, too. The greater mystery was how Blonger and Duff had made their way from sawdust-sprinkled saloons to their spacious offices on 17th Street. Not so long ago, both had been chiseling other bottom feeders out of a few bucks here and there, slipping a crumpled bill to the cop on the beat to look the other way. Now they had nice suits, substantial real estate holdings and other investments, friends in high places, the city at their feet. After weeks of discreet inquiry, Van Cise still knew next to nothing about how their stock racket worked or the kind of money involved, but he was determined to find out. Part of the answer, he discovered, was in his own office files. Cries for justice from victims of the racket, cries that had been scrupulously ignored by his predecessor. Other pieces of the puzzle would be retrieved only by taking bold steps to ramp up his investigation well beyond the boundaries that most prosecutors would consider prudent. Still others would drop into his lap unexpectedly, like manna from heaven, or a letter from a secret admirer. Blonger and Duff were good at covering their tracks, but they couldn't keep all mention of their crimes out of the newspapers. One day, a small item in the Denver Post caught the district attorney's attention. Albert Manaugh, a Brethren minister in Goshen, Indiana, had committed suicide after losing $12,200 in a confidence game in Denver. Van Cise wrote to the widow, seeking more details. Her attorney replied. Manaugh had visited Denver in the summer of 1920. He was a widely respected member of his community, a former city councilman, and the assessor for the Elkhart Township. The money he'd lost came from trust accounts he controlled, including a guardianship and an estate for which he was executor. How he'd been persuaded to sink those funds into a phony stock deal wasn't clear. Given his reputation, he may well have been trying to increase his clients' holdings rather than steal from them. In any event, he didn't seem to have realized at first that he'd been conned. One early report stated that he'd lost the money through investments placed with the Denver Board of Trade, an institution that didn't exist. By the time he caught on, the con men and the $12,200 had vanished. Spurning his friend's efforts to spare him a prison term, the pastor insisted on pleading guilty to embezzlement. "I want to be sentenced for life," he told the prosecutor. The judge gave him 1 to 5 years in the state penitentiary. His trust clients interceded on his behalf, and Manaugh was released from prison. But the only release he found from his consuming shame and despondency was to poison himself. Similar stories could be found in skimpy case files Van Cise inherited from Foley and in letters sent to the new DA by other victims of the con, urging him to take action on stalled investigations. Many of the incidents involved sums much greater than what Manaugh had lost. The outcomes were rarely as tragic as in that case, but they were all bad, a harrowing litany of financial ruin and disgrace. One of the first cases Van Cise came across, involving a Dallas florist named Ernst Nietzsche, demonstrated how the game worked and why it was almost never prosecuted. A prosperous German immigrant in his 50s, Nietzsche had visited Colorado in the summer of 1919. While in Manitou Springs, a resort area that caters to sightseers on their way to the summit of Pikes Peak, he had fallen into conversation with a man called Crosby. The two decided to visit the luxurious Broadmoor Hotel a few miles away. While they were wandering the hotel grounds, Crosby spotted a fellow that he said was the famous Mr. Ware, a financier who'd made a splash in the newspapers for his wizardry in picking stocks. When approached, Ware seemed reluctant to admit who he was. Crosby mentioned a judge they both knew. Reassured, Ware explained that he had to keep a low profile because the syndicate of brokers who employed him didn't like all the publicity he'd been getting. He showed them a letter from the syndicate and a $75,000 security bond. After some chit-chat about stocks and where the market was going, Crosby implored Ware to invest $10 on his behalf. Ware took the man's sawbuck, slipped into the Broadmoor, which Nietzsche supposed must have contained a brokerage office, and returned a few minutes later and handed Crosby $20. More cordial conversation followed, and the stock wizard invited the two men to come with him to trade on the main exchange. They drove 75 miles that afternoon to a 7-story office building in downtown Denver. Ware ushered them into a room equipped with chairs, desks, and a blackboard scrawled with stock quotes, and was warmly greeted by the manager. Under Ware's tutelage, Crosby and Nietzsche made several modest stock trades, doubling their money each time. Then Ware proposed that they go in with him on a $50,000 purchase of Mexican petroleum. Within minutes they had made a killing, and Nietzsche was staring in astonishment at a huge bundle of bills the manager was preparing to turn over to them. But there was a problem. The trades had been made on credit. The manager demanded proof that they had the wherewithal to make the trades before he would release the funds. They had 30 days to deposit funds equal to the stock purchase price in a Denver bank of their choosing. After conferring with his partners about how much money they could raise and what share of the profits each man would receive, Nietzsche went back to Dallas and returned with his share, $25,000. All he had to do was show the funds on deposit in Denver, he thought, and he'd be rich. But there was another problem. Something about the wrong initials on a purchase slip. Nietzsche couldn't really follow it. The upshot was that the money had to be brought in cash to the exchange and verified before their winnings would be turned over to them. Nietzsche withdrew the $25,000 from the bank and went with his partners to the exchange. Then another problem, an inconceivable blunder. While the money was being verified, Crosby got it into his head to make one more bet on the market, apparently misinterpreting a tip Ware had given him. Just like that, it was all lost. The winnings, the cash they'd brought, everything. Furious, Ware knocked Crosby to the ground and pulled a gun on him. He gave Nietzsche train fare to Oklahoma City and said he'd meet him there soon, after he'd put together the funds to repay his losses. But when Nietzsche arrived in Oklahoma, there was a telegram waiting for him from Ware saying he'd be tied up for a few more days. Realizing he'd been gulled, Nietzsche returned to Denver to file a complaint. The police were of no help. Nietzsche didn't give up. He circulated flyers with descriptions of the swindlers to other police departments, and a year later, Crosby, whose real name was Robert Ballard, was arrested in Colorado Springs. He was shipped back to Denver to face trial for the theft of Nietzsche's $25,000. But the Denver prosecutor recommended a bond of $5,000, and Lou Blonger's personal lawyer, a former U.S. attorney, got it reduced to $2,500. Blonger put up the bail money, a small price to pay to protect a much larger score, and Ballard disappeared. Other cases that Van Cise reviewed followed the same script, with minor variations. The con required a team of 3 men, though others might play supporting roles. The one who first befriends the mark is known as the roper, or steerer. It's his job to determine that the mark is a tourist, so as not to rile the police by going after locals. He then introduces the mark to the spieler, Mr. Ware in Nietzsche's case, in a manner that makes the encounter seem coincidental. The spieler takes his 2 new friends to the stock exchange, where the exchange manager, known as the bookmaker, lays down the rules and takes the mark's money. In situations where a shortage of manpower or props makes it impossible to present a credible stock exchange, two grifters might attempt to manage the whole thing without the mark ever setting foot inside the trading room. But that version, called playing against the wall, was much trickier to pull off. The payoff, so named because the mark is paid off with illusory winnings before he's taken for good, was the most lucrative confidence game going. Van Cise learned its finer points and a little bit about its pedigree by consulting postal inspectors, narcotics investigators, and other federal agents. Local and federal law enforcement agencies rarely talk to each other and almost never work together, but the district attorney figured it was time to break with convention. The feds picked up useful information about confidence rackets while tracking mail fraud and related crimes. As Van Cise saw it, the fact that they steered clear of local police made their assistance all the more welcome. Who better to school him in a complex criminal enterprise, one that Blonger's crew had fine-tuned to the point of perfection? The payoff, like other big con operations, was a 20th century answer to a 19th century problem. Short con games, such as Three-Card Monte or Jefferson Smith's soap racket, required a certain amount of dexterity and hustle, but they were also quick. The main drawback was that you were dependent on the vagaries of street traffic, and sometimes on the pliability of a passing cop. Seeking more stability, enterprising grifters began to open stores that offered legitimate merchandise up front and a friendly card game or other swindle in the back room. Around 1870, legendary con artist Benjamin Marks opened a dollar store in Cheyenne, Wyoming, that lured in rubes with handy household items priced at $1 each. Marks' store is credited as the prototype, but the concept soon spread to many cities. Operators offered commissions to ropers to bring the suckers to their store and shelled out protection money to the police. A town that was well fixed so that the cons could be played with impunity was known as the Big Store. Popular as it was, the new business model had its limitations. Operating out of one location meant sacrificing mobility and anonymity. Unhappy customers knew where to find you, even if the police weren't interested. And, with few exceptions, the store was still a short con enterprise. Revenues depended on the amount of cash the mark happened to have on him when he was lured into the store. How much better it would be, the thinking went, if you could play him for all he was worth. Thus began the evolution of the big con, which would replace the store with an entire world of make-believe. An elegant betting parlor, an exclusive private club, a busy stock exchange that would unfold over a matter of days or weeks, leading the mark, step by artful step, to his doom. Between 1900 and 1920, increasingly elaborate versions of the big con emerged across the country, taking down 5- and 6-figure scores. In one scenario, the mark is introduced to a fake telegraph office and a disgruntled Western Union employee who knows how to beat the system. All he needs is a Confederate willing to place sure bets at a local bookie joint, also fake, while the telegraph operator delays releasing the race results. Other big con scams involved a fixed horse race, or a boxer, or wrestler, with deep personal reasons for wanting to strike back at his employers by throwing a match. One racing scheme, popular in Denver for years, revolved around a can't-lose racehorse named Deneen. There was no such horse. Each operation was different, requiring a troupe of highly skilled performers specializing in their respective roles, but also able to improvise at a moment's notice. Yet each one was built on the same basic ingredients. A roper locates a mark and determines, through casual conversation, that he has the resources to justify reeling him in. The spieler takes the mark into his confidence, explaining a surefire scheme to make money, telling the tale, as the grifters put it. The mark is allowed to win some money, the convincer. Sufficiently motivated, he is then put on the send for all the money he can raise. At the last moment, something goes wrong. The money is lost, taking off the touch, and a physical altercation or other looming drama hurries the sucker out the door, and preferably out of town. The blow-off. The Denver version of the payoff was a distinct improvement over earlier models. Shifting the focus from sporting events to the stock market greatly increased the pool of willing and eager suckers. People who wouldn't dream of risking their money on a horse race, fixed or otherwise, had no qualms about playing the market. America in the 1920s was stock crazy, a nation of shopkeepers and sales reps hoping to become Rockefellers and Vanderbilts by moving fast on a hot stock tip. A generation earlier, small-time speculators had chased their dreams of wealth in poorly regulated bucket shops, which allowed people to bet on whether a stock was going to go up or down without actually purchasing any shares. The federal government cracked down on the shops at the same time that a growing middle class began to invest in stocks, even though many investors had only the most rudimentary understanding of how the market worked. The number of Americans owning stock more than tripled in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, prompting waves of feverish speculation and outright fraud. In the summer of 1920, while Reverend Manaugh was getting conned out of trust funds in Denver, a man in Boston named Charles Ponzi was collecting millions from suckers he'd promised a 50% or higher return on their money, which he delivered by paying early investors with cash deposited by later ones. Ponzi's scheme toppled 6 banks. The big con was more discreet. All it took was the mark's life savings. Van Cise didn't believe in perfect crimes, but he had to admire the efficiency of what Blonger had built in Denver. Top confidence men from all over the country came every summer to Denver's big store. Blonger and Duff got a cut from every touch. How much, Van Cise still didn't know, but it had to amount to hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. If the game was played right, the sucker never realized that his money was at risk until it was gone. If the mark went to the police, the investigation would fail to locate any of the perpetrators, since the cops were part of the blow-off. Even if the complainant insisted on leading officers to the stock exchange, the place would be cleaned out before they arrived, and many of them were too mortified to report the loss. By the fall of 1921, Van Cise had compiled a list of 12 victims swindled out of a total of $167,600 over the last 4 years, including 6 since he became DA. But he suspected that was only a fraction of the actual haul. Confidence men counted on the stigma of being a mark to keep their victims from making a fuss. As they saw it, suckers deserved scorn, not sympathy. They had tried to get something for nothing and had instead been taught a valuable lesson. When they looked at me, they saw themselves. Joseph R. Weil, better known as the Yellow Kid, wrote about his victims in a memoir. I only showed them their own purpose. The big con operators considered themselves the elite of the underworld. Reporters tended to romanticize big-time bunco artists, depicting them as urbane, well-tailored Robin Hoods, handing greedy swells their comeuppance. But Van Cise didn't see anything noble about them. Many of them had extensive criminal records, including convictions for armed robbery and worse. Their schemes entrapped and destroyed not simply the greedy, but also the trusting and naive, small-town ministers and immigrant florists. They were a wolf pack, out for blood, and to stop them would require a war chest, a team of hunters, and a plan of attack that did not involve the local police. These were things Van Cise didn't have yet, but he had an idea of how to get them. 4 months into the job, the new district attorney sent word that he wanted to meet, informally and off the record, with anyone involved in gambling in Denver. Bookies, club operators, candy store punchboard vendors, the whole bunch. 67 members of the demi-monde showed up at the West Side Courthouse one evening in May, curious to hear what he had to say. Van Cise's speech was brief. Colorado had strict laws against gambling, he noted, and it was his job to enforce them. The only question was whether the boys would voluntarily cease and desist or wait to be closed down and arrested. For several moments there was no response, not even a guffaw. Finally, Andrew Sorensen lumbered to his feet. A large, surly Danish immigrant, Sorensen was one of the owners of the Quincy Club, which claimed to be a members-only establishment, but was open to any sucker with an itch for dice or cards. "You're the bunk," Sorensen said. "You're not the whole police department, and you can't shut me up, and you know it. You can go to hell." Sorensen walked out. So did his partner, James McAdams. But others stayed. By the end of the meeting, several had told Van Cise they were prepared to leave Denver and move to Jefferson County, outside of his jurisdiction. To speed them on their way, Van Cise began mapping out his first raid. It had to be crushing, decisive, a loud rebuke to the lot of them. And Sorensen's place was the logical target. The Quincy Club was supposed to be an impenetrable fortress. It was located on the second floor of a 5-story building downtown, and a lookout posted inside the club entrance had a view of anyone approaching by stairs or elevator. The gambling rooms were soundproofed, the exterior windows covered in sheet iron, the glass panels on the doors painted black so no one could look inside. By the time an invading police force could chop its way inside, the gambling paraphernalia would be all gone. But Van Cise enlisted the help of 2 men who'd lost heavily at the Quincy, both club members in good standing, as well as that of Ed Young, a massive vice squad officer who was not on the pad. The raid was flawless. The first club member gained admission and struck up a conversation with the lookout, distracting him while Young sneaky-peated down the hall and took up a position in a corner, out of sight of the peephole. Then the second member arrived. Quincy co-owner McAdams recognized him and opened the door. Young charged in, followed moments later by Van Cise and his hand-picked squad. No one had time to flee or dispose of the evidence. The cash, dice, and cards were all seized. Van Cise couldn't resist gloating as Sorensen was hauled away. "How about it, Sorensen?" he asked. "Do I go to hell, or do you plead guilty?" Sorensen and McAdams pleaded guilty to keeping a gambling house and were sentenced to 45 days in jail. The Quincy Club was out of business permanently, stripped to its bones. Van Cise's men tore out the sheet iron, the buzzers and peepholes, and donated the chairs, tables, mostly billiard tables with an overlay for craps, and cards to the city's firehouses. The raid was the first of many, and it sent the message Van Cise wanted to send, that he was not the bunk, that even the most protected operations were no longer above the law. He began to receive letters tipping him off about other places that should be closed down, run by bootleggers and bookies and other lowlifes. Most of the letters were anonymous, some clearly from hoods looking to winnow the competition. The most intriguing by far were 5 letters received in the summer and fall of 1921, addressed to Philp Van Cise, all but one postmarked in Kansas, The writer identified himself as a friend, and he claimed to know a great deal about what he called the Vice Trust in Denver. Now, the bunco man from all over U.S. has made $2 million in Denver the last 2 years, he wrote. Louis Blonger protects them. Little Duffy runs the place. They have had 40 men working in Colo Springs and Manitou. They bring them in and trim them in Denver. A friend named several police officers and an investigator in Van Cise's office who were taking payoffs from bootleggers, gamblers, pimps, or Blonger, and in some cases, all of the above. He broke down how the steerers, spielers, and bookmakers split the take from the confidence games. He claimed that 35% went to Blonger and Duff for protection. Duff was doing so well on his piece of the action that he'd recently purchased an apartment building on Broadway for $150,000. The writer also accused a particular bank of taking a cut in exchange for cashing large checks written by Marks, no questions asked. I have been working as a bunco steerer for Lou Blonger and Duffy for 3 years, and I got double-crossed this summer. The police know there is only 2 places in the United States we all work. That is Florida in winter and Denver in the summer. They are the only places that has got protection. Don't let them know how you got the information, but go to work on the quiet, because if the police get wind of it, you will never get nobody. They will tell Blonger. He will wire everybody to duck. The letters stopped abruptly. The information confirmed what the postal inspectors and others had already told Van Cise, but there were new leads to investigate too, including the business about a spy in his own office. If the man belonged to Blonger, it would be a mistake to fire him, Van Cise realized. It would be better to find a way to use him so that Blonger would hear exactly what the DA wanted him to hear. While a friend explained the workings of the Vice Trust, another anonymous correspondent assured the people of Denver that help was on the way. An item published in the Denver Times on June 17, 1921, noted the arrival of an open letter to the press announcing the formation of a patriotic club that stood ready to aid the forces of right in fighting crime. The group was referred to in some circles as the Denver Doers Club, but the letter claimed that the group had the most sublime lineage in all history, commemorating as it does the most dauntless organization known to man. The letter was on fancy stationery, with a Latin motto in the upper right corner, Quod semper, quod ubique, quod ad omnibus, a saying lifted from a 5th century treatise by St. Vincent of Lerins, referring to that which is always, everywhere, believed by all. Printed across the face of the letter in red ink was a drawing of a knight on horseback, cloaked in a white gown and hood, brandishing a fiery cross. The letterhead indicated that the missive was from the Imperial Palace, Invisible Empire, Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. The local Klan, consisting of the very best citizens of Denver, has been under course of construction for some time, the writer declared. We are a law and order organization, assisting at all times the authorities in every community in upholding law and order. Therefore, we proclaim to the lawless element of the city and county of Denver and the state of Colorado that we are not only active now, but we were here yesterday, we are here today, and we shall be here forever. 3. The Wire. First the money, then the team. Getting the goods on Blonger would take a special squad of detectives, but Van Cise didn't have the funds to hire them. He couldn't put bunco investigation as a line item in his next budget request either, not without alerting the enemy. So he decided to do what other promoters of worthy causes did when public funding was not available. he went looking for private donors. He made a list of 50 prominent philanthropists in town. He quizzed lawyers and bankers he knew about which of the do-gooders could keep a secret. The responses whittled the list to 30. They were scions of Denver's wealthiest families, the kind of people who sit on the boards of museums and universities, including banker John Evans, the grandson of one of Colorado's territorial governors, Claude Beecher, whose father made a fortune in sugar beets, livestock, and cement. Mary Reed, the widow of a man who'd parlayed mining investments into oil leases, and Van Cise's high school classmate, George Cranmer, who'd studied under Woodrow Wilson at Princeton and was now a prosperous stockbroker. He went to see all 30 of them, hat in hand. He brought along visual aids, a fake security bond he'd obtained from federal agents, similar to the one Mr. Ware had used to impress the florist Nietzsche, along with the letters from a friend and victims of the scam. He explained how the payoff worked and the need for a clandestine operation to rid Denver of this blight. He appealed to their sense of duty, their civic pride. None of them turned him down. He collected pledges totaling nearly $15,000, about what he thought the investigation would cost. He also managed to offend flour mill tycoon John Kernan Mullen, who hadn't been asked to contribute. When Mullen found out about the top-secret subscription fund months later, he stormed into Van Cise's office, demanded to know what was wrong with his money, and wrote a check on the spot. The first member of Van Cise's office to be informed about the Bunko probe was its star prosecutor, Kenneth Robinson. 25 years old, Robinson had no trial experience prior to being hired. But he had a quick mind and was a natural at cross-examination, leading to his rapid promotion to Chief Deputy District Attorney. Although Van Cise was a decade older than his protege, he discovered they had a great deal in common: the war, a passion for fishing, an obsession with work. One afternoon, Van Cise summoned Robinson, briefed him on his interest in Blonger and Duff, and swore him to secrecy. Robinson agreed to take on several time-consuming aspects of the investigation, from tracking down victims and mug shots to traveling to California to meet with Los Angeles District Attorney Thomas Woolwine, one of the few prosecutors in the country to have obtained convictions against big con operators. Eventually, Van Cise would bring another deputy DA and war vet, Fred Sanborn, into the inner circle. But he had to be careful not to alert the spies in his office. There were at least 2, he was now convinced, that something was in the wind. He would have to import the detectives he needed, streetwise men with no ties to Denver cops, and keep them far away from City Hall. For recommendations, he turned to one of the federal agents he'd come to know, Roy Sampson, regional chief of the U.S. Bureau of Investigation, renamed the Federal Bureau of Investigation in 1935. Sampson suggested a former Secret Service agent, Fred Tate, who ran a private detective agency out of offices in Kansas City and St. Louis. Van Cise ended up using Tate on short-term assignments, including tailing Blonger when he took his annual winter trip to Hot Springs, Arkansas. But Tate's biggest contribution to the case was locating 3 detectives who were willing to move to Denver for the duration of the investigation, men who seemed to be just what Van Cise was looking for. The first to arrive was Arch Cooper, a former Kansas City police officer. Tall, blonde, shambling, Cooper came across as dissipated, self-interested, and, in Van Cise's estimation, rather lazy. But those same qualities made him the perfect undercover man, someone who could ease into a saloon and, through a combination of amiability and indifference, blend in with the regulars. His job was to while away hours drinking and playing cards with pimps and bootleggers, then sift through the rumors and gossip to glean valuable intelligence about all the rackets in the city. If a beat cop was beefing about his cut, if a big raid was anticipated, or if a top-line spieler was expected to hit town for the summer tourist season, Cooper would hear about it. The second man was Andrew Kane, a short, well-dressed former St. Louis cop who impressed Van Cise as the perfect investigator. Quiet, relentless, missing nothing but practically invisible himself. While Cooper established himself as a layabout in order to monitor the underworld at street level, Kane was assigned to keep tabs on Blonger and Duff and identify the individuals who came to see them. Posing as a hosiery salesman, he rented a room on 17th Street across from Blonger's office, one that afforded a view of the fixer at his desk. The third man showed up on Van Cise's doorstep one night. A lean, dark figure with a hat pulled low to conceal his features, he asked for Mr. Reeves, the surname of Van Cise's mother-in-law, which was the code name the DA had selected for use in all communications with his undercover operatives. The stranger had a letter from Tate, introducing the bearer as Robert Maiden. He had put in 8 years on the Kansas City police force as sergeant and detective, served in France during the war, and worked as a federal narcotics agent. Van Cise paired Maiden with Kane on surveillance of Blonger and Duff, an undertaking that was going to require more than one dogged stalker. The final member of the team was another former Fed, Van Cise's friend, Roy Sampson, who abruptly resigned his job at the U.S. Bureau of Investigation and joined the Denver DA's office. At the time, the Bureau didn't enjoy the squeaky clean reputation it would cultivate under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, and Sampson was unhappy working with political appointees whose loyalties were questionable. One member of his office was known to do favors for Blonger. A childhood fire had left Sampson with facial burns, making him too identifiable for undercover work. But he had a law degree and police training, and Van Cise realized he could be highly useful in assembling a prosecutable case against the conmen. A cover story about a big bank fraud investigation was concocted to explain Sampson's presence on his staff. With Robinson, Sanborn, and Sampson helping him in the office, and Cooper, Kane, and Maiden as field agents, Van Cise figured he had the people he needed for a first-class intelligence operation. But his experiences during the war had taught him that espionage was about more than personnel. It was about strategy, feints, observation posts, and, most of all, communications. Van Cise called on the city's chief postal inspector and obtained an order to monitor mail sent to Blonger and Duff. The mail couldn't be legally opened, but the return addresses and postmarks on the envelopes could be noted by postal employees and turned over to investigators, providing a road map to a coast-to-coast network of conmen. Then he went to the telegraph and telephone companies and handed out subpoenas. He wanted a copy of every telegram Blonger and Duff sent or received, a record of every long-distance call. He also arranged for a janitor to deliver the daily contents of Blonger's wastebasket to the DA's men. The information poured in. Much of it was trivial, but gradually a picture began to take shape. A portrait of a city on the make. Cooper heard that Constable Ike Goldman was selling confiscated whiskey out of the police evidence room, and that a pimp named Pinky, whose woman had been arrested 3 times in 1 week, was being squeezed for larger payoffs. Kane watched Blonger, in full evening dress, stroll down 17th Street and duck into the back of a soft drink parlor, where a protected game was evidently in progress. Tate reported that Blonger used his trips to Hot Springs to confer with conmen operating across the South, and also to see his old pal, William Pinkerton. The mob boss and the detective agency president apparently traded intel regularly, to their mutual benefit. The surveillance revealed vulnerabilities not only in Blonger's organization, but in Van Cise's own security measures. One early blunder almost crashed the whole operation. A letter from Duff to Blonger, retrieved from the trash, alerted Van Cise that Duff had gone to Kansas City to oversee a long con operation. The details were hazy, couched in grifter argot about getting out of the nut and having someone tied. Van Cise wrote to the Kansas City district attorney to warn him and ask that the elusive Kid Duffy be photographed and fingerprinted if possible. I do not want any inkling to go to anybody that I have given you this information, as it is the most confidential thing in my office, he wrote. But the enemy had its own formidable intelligence network. Days after Van Cise's letter went out, Duff shot a telegram to Blonger, saying that he was leaving immediately for St. Louis. Do not talk to anyone until you hear from me. In a subsequent letter, Duff complained that Van Cise has all the dope about his visit to Kansas City and wondered who tipped him off. You had better burn this letter after reading, Duff wrote. Blonger ignored his lieutenant's advice and tossed the letter into his wastebasket. That was lucky for Van Cise, who had ignored his own father's advice. Better walk 1,000 miles than write a letter. Van Cise's letter had gone from the Kansas City DA to the chief of police, to a police captain, to a bent detective who'd handed it over to Duff. But now that Duff's letter had notified him of the leak, Van Cise could use the same unsecured line for damage control. He wrote another letter to the prosecutor, informing him of a recent budget cut. I am so badly handicapped for funds that I have been obliged to stop all further investigation of this matter until the end of next year. A note from Duff to Blonger indicated that he'd seen that letter too and was reassured by it. Van Cise took a similar approach to dealing with the suspected spies in his office. First, he fed them false information about upcoming brothel raids. Their duplicity was then confirmed when undercover man Cooper reported back that Constable Ike Goldman and others had been tipped off about the raids. Van Cise fired one of the spies, a young drunkard, without disclosing the real reason for his dismissal, and kept the other around so that he could continue to mislead the turncoat's friends on the police force. By the spring of 1922, the district attorney had made extensive preparations to identify, shadow, and apprehend the operators of Denver's big store when they arrived that summer. His collection of mugshots of confidence men had expanded from a few dozen to several hundred. He had communications intercepts in place, relentless surveillance, undercover operatives, and a dupe double agent. He knew the out-of-the-way places where police detective George Sanders met with Duff and Blonger, and which nights of the week Blonger spent at his mistress's bungalow rather than heading home to the wife. But it still wasn't enough. He wanted to know what was being said in the fixer's office. Ideally, he wanted to know what the enemy was thinking. What he needed was one more addition to his team, an inside man sitting in Blonger's office. He discussed the problem with Tate, the former Secret Service agent, who had a suggestion. Not a man, but something better. It was an electronic marvel, the most effective surveillance tool ever invented, a collection of whispers and smasher of secrets. One journalist had described it as the voice of conscience made audible in speaking tones. Even experimenting with it, one feels a sense of fear and danger, as if in the presence of a foe against whom there is no defense. Hoodlums had their own name for it. They called it a dick. In the spring of 1911, Rodney J. Deagle dropped by the Hotel Chittenden in Columbus, Ohio, to transact a bit of business. The man he came to see had expressed an interest in getting a certain bill out of committee in the state legislature. Deagle, the sergeant-at-arms of the Ohio Senate, explained that he could deliver 4 votes for $200 each, plus $100 for himself. The other man produced a wad of bills and began to count out the fee. Before he took the money, Deagle checked the closet and looked under the sofa, making sure there was no one else in the room. Deagle was sentenced to 3 years in prison for the bribe. The chief witness against him wasn't a third party, but his own words, captured by a palm-sized transmitter hidden in the sofa and delivered by wire and earpiece to a stenographer in the next room. Deagle appealed, but the Ohio Supreme Court ruled that the evidence obtained by use of the listening device was admissible, one of several judicial decisions that would usher in a golden age of electronic snooping. The device was the invention of Kelly Monroe Turner, an Indiana native and president of the General Acoustics Company, a leading manufacturer of hearing aids. Known as a dictograph, it was often mistakenly referred to as a dictaphone, but the technology was quite different. Alexander Graham Bell had pioneered the first commercial dictation machines, replacing the tinfoil recording medium of Edison's early phonographs with reusable wax cylinders. Bell's dictaphone evolved into an entire suite of office equipment. An executive dictated into a speaking tube, making a recording on a wax cylinder, which would be played back on another machine by a typist. A shaving machine would then erase the cylinder so that it could be used again. Turner was pursuing the dictation market too, but his dictograph was a much simpler mechanism, consisting of transmitter, wires, earpiece, and battery. Its chief innovation was its highly sensitive microphone, capable of picking up and transmitting even faint sounds with remarkable clarity. Paired with an intercom system developed in Turner's laboratories, it could be used to dictate to a stenographer in a remote office or to monitor activities on a factory floor. It was soon adapted to other uses, such as allowing members of Congress to hear debates on the House floor in the comfort of their own offices. But its potential for eavesdropping made it particularly useful in criminal investigations. A dictograph hidden in the wall of a prison cell collected damning admissions by brothers James and John McNamara, Union officials who ended up pleading guilty to a series of bombings, including the 1910 dynamiting of the Los Angeles Times building. A dictograph led to the conviction of the mayor of Gary, Indiana, for bribery, sank U.S. Senator William Lorimer of Illinois for soliciting perjured testimony, and exposed a New Jersey prosecutor who was trying to extort money from a retired glass manufacturer. Novelist Edward Lyle Fox declared that the device had revolutionized crime fighting and led to the undoing of grafters high and crooks low across the continent. Demand for the dictograph became so great that Turner decided to offer a special detective version that could not be purchased, only rented, its use limited to reputable private investigators and officers of the law. Yet at the time Tate urged Van Cise to plant a dictograph in Blonger's place, few officers of the law had ever used one. Van Cise had never even seen one. They were primarily employed by private detective agencies that had been hired by corporations and politicians to get dirt on union leaders and competitors. The bugging of the bunco ring would be one of the first instances on record of government agents using such a device to conduct long-term electronic surveillance of a target, a listening campaign that would remain operational for almost an entire year. Van Cise purchased 3 of the devices. They were lightweight, but had to be connected to wet batteries that weighed 50 pounds each. One evening, while Blonger was out of town, helping a group of confidence men in Florida out of a jam, Agents Cooper and Kane visited the fixer's office. They had a passkey, provided by a former building manager whom Van Cise knew, but they still had to dodge a night watchman while they took measurements, looking for a suitable place to put the dick. Obvious locations, such as under a desk or behind a picture on the wall, were quickly rejected. A few nights later, Kane returned with an electrician, tools, 2 dictographs, and 100 pounds of batteries. Using a bedspread to catch debris, they detached a chandelier hanging from the ceiling and hollowed out the cup at the top of the shaft to accommodate one of the transmitters. They placed the other device in the attic above the office, along with the batteries. It was dirty, noisy work, but they managed to elude the watchman again and erase all trace of their presence in Blonger's office by the time they left. The president of the Mountain States Telephone and Telegraph Company had pledged to assist the DA's mysterious investigation, and a company lineman soon strung a wire from the American National Bank attic to the building housing Kane's stakeout room across the street. Amid the maze of other wires stretching from one telephone pole to the next, the new line didn't look out of place at all. Once all the wiring was connected, Kane pulled down the shades, put on his earphones, and waited. He heard someone blow his nose, looked across the street through a crack in the shade, and saw the old man who looked after Blonger's office in his absence wiping his beezer. There is a buzzing sound in the receivers, and the streetcars are heard very distinct, Kane wrote in his first report on the bug. The terrible noises the cars made crossing other tracks did not, however, drown out the talk coming over the line. Blonger returned to town in late April. Things began to go wrong with the Dick almost immediately. The wet batteries ran down every few days and took 24 hours to recharge, once someone had hauled fresh water and zinc to the attic. Too much voltage fried the transmitters, which had to be replaced. Installing an amplifier was supposed to help pick up whispered remarks, but it so intensified the noise drifting through open windows, the rumble and clatter of streetcars and autos, people shouting, that it drowned out all office conversation. Sometimes the line went dead for no discernible reason at all. In addition, the young electrician who'd installed the bug and was supposed to maintain it turned out to be as temperamental as the apparatus itself, sulking and demanding that Van Cise make him a detective. And when the device did work properly, the stenographer Kane had hired to transcribe the conversations had trouble keeping up with the rapid-fire dialogue. Often all she captured were fragments and phrases, laced with indecipherable con-man talk about layouts and putting the B on someone. As if those difficulties weren't enough, real trouble surfaced just weeks into the operation. One morning, Blonger walked into the office, seized his office manager by the arm, and pointed to Kane's lookout post. "See that room across the street where the shades are down?" he asked. "The district attorney has 2 detectives over there. They have a tap on my telephone." Blonger ranted about a little fellow who'd approached him, wanting $500 to tell him about the wires in his office. He'd told the bird to go to hell, confident he could find the bug himself. The DA had gone too far. He was going to sick the feds on him for wiretapping. "I am going to file a criminal case against him and put him where he belongs," he fumed. Kane ripped off his earphones and hastily called Van Cise, who told him to shut down the post and clear out immediately. The DA suspected that the tip-off came from the surly electrician, who would have to be pacified or threatened to prevent further disclosures. But they were fortunate that the tip hadn't been more specific. The first order of business was to keep the fixer from finding the bug. Van Cise used his pull at the phone company to make sure that the technicians who were sent to check the line would accurately report that Blonger's phone wasn't tapped, while failing to mention all those wires in the attic. The techs not only agreed to keep the DA's secret, they rewired and relocated the attic setup to make it harder to detect. Kane found a new home for the listening post in a building south of Blonger's office, and the wires from the American National Bank were restrung. Sampson discovered an ideal perch for visual surveillance in another building north of the fixer's place, an enormous loft where rolls of wallpaper were stored. With the owner's cooperation, Van Cise hired carpenters to construct a room resembling a well-camouflaged Western Front observation post, with a small hole in what appeared to be a solid brick wall. Positioned at the opening was a powerful telescope, trained on Blonger's office. Maiden and Kane took turns at the telescope, shooing away pigeons from an adjacent roost to get a clear view of the action across the way. Despite the phone company's assurances, Blonger remained convinced that his phone was tapped. He complained about Van Cise to visitors and vowed to have him investigated. Even if Van Cise had been tapping Blonger's telephone as part of his criminal investigation, no federal or Colorado law in effect at the time would have prohibited the practice. But the fixer thought the district attorney was exceeding his authority. What business does he have to run around and arrest people and look for whorehouses and gambling joints and interfere with other people's business? He demanded one day. He should prosecute the cases the police bring him. On another occasion, one of his visitors suggested that Blonger was looking in the wrong place. "Phone, hell," he said. "I'll bet it was a dictaphone." For the next few minutes, the members of the team stationed at the observation post watched Blonger and his guest turn over desks and chairs and peek behind pictures on the wall in search of the dick. They found nothing, but Duff and Blonger continued to lower their voices when sensitive subjects came up, in the event that somebody was listening. Van Cise did his best to keep Blonger off balance. Cooper reported that a well-known bootlegger had rented a former brothel, now owned by the fixer, and was planning to open a beer garden. Van Cise summoned Blonger to his office and quizzed him about whether he intended to operate a house of ill repute. Blonger loudly denied it and left in a huff. "That crazy fool over there thinks I am going to open a whorehouse," he grumbled to a police officer once he was safely back in his office. "Why, I was never in that business." The more raids the DA staged on brothels and booze joints, the more Blonger believed the man was completely clueless about the big store. "That fellow don't know anything," he declared, with enough emphasis that the stenographer was able to capture every word. "He's just a big bag of wind." The American Telephone and Telegraph Company never rested. It was too busy stringing new lines, devouring small phone companies, fending off government interference, and establishing the world's most powerful monopoly to pause in its labors. But in the summer of 1922, its president, Harry Bates Thayer, agreed to a brief interruption. The occasion was the death of AT&T's founder, Alexander Graham Bell, from complications of diabetes at his estate in Nova Scotia. At 75, Bell had lived long enough to see his invention evolve from an oddity to a luxury to a necessity. In 1876, at the time of his first successful voice transmission, there were exactly 2 working telephones in the world, the one he spoke into and the receiver monitored by Thomas Watson in an adjoining room. A decade later, more than 150,000 Americans had telephones. At the time of Bell's death, AT&T ruled over a coast-to-coast network of nearly 15 million phones, had begun to acquire radio stations, and was shoveling dividends to more than 250,000 stockholders, a figure that would double by the time of the Great Crash. Over the years, Bell lost much of his youthful enthusiasm for the telephone. He moved on to other challenges and gadgets, experiments in aviation and alternative fuels, the dictaphone, an early metal detector, composting toilets. He also had an abiding interest in eugenics, spurred by his concern that the offspring of congenitally deaf parents have a greater likelihood of being deaf themselves. Those who believe as I do, that the production of a defective race of human beings would be a great calamity to the world, will examine carefully the causes that lead to the intermarriages of the deaf with the object of applying a remedy, he wrote in an address to the National Academy of Sciences. But the telephone was Bell's greatest legacy. No invention had done more to shrink the world, to demolish distance, to accelerate the pace of international commerce, to transform the way people communicated with each other. Bell's achievement had begun with efforts to penetrate the silent world of the deaf, and the grand gesture that Thayer and AT&T offered to honor his passing was to bring silence back. On August 2, 1922, at 6:30 in the evening Eastern Standard Time, as services for Bell began, the phone system shut down across the entire continent. It was an extraordinary moment of electronic respite across millions of miles of wire, a moment that would never be repeated. For 60 seconds, the ringing in America's ears stopped. Then the clamor resumed. People called their spouses, their sweethearts, their brokers, their bookies. They prattled, they complained, they whispered precious nothings and soul-bearing secrets, heedless of who might be listening. Those on party lines could presume a certain amount of eavesdropping, and anyone who was up to anything couldn't rule out other forms of snooping, including corporate and government wiretaps. In the wake of the Volstead Act, it wasn't unusual for prohibition agents to head down to the local phone exchange and, with the acquiescence of AT&T, plug directly into the line of a suspected bootlegger. Bell had set out to make electronic talk possible, not to make it easier for private conversations to be monitored by a third party. But he surely recognized that the telephone was not an unqualified blessing. A few days before his death, he declared that he would not have one of the intrusive contraptions in his own study. While the bunco investigation simmered, Van Cise's docket of other felony cases kept growing, teeming with people who needed to go to jail. Most of the cases were mundane, the usual crimes of passion and violent disputes among the whiskey haulers. But the ordeal of Ward Gash was different, and the district attorney quickly took a personal interest. On January 27, 1922, Gash, a 47-year-old black man who lived and worked as a custodian in a Denver apartment house, received a special delivery letter. It was typewritten on official Ku Klux Klan stationery and accused him of having intimate relations with white women and using abusive language in their presence. The writer gave Gash 4 days to get out of town and closed with a racial slur and a threat. "Do not look lightly upon this. Your hide is worth less to us than it is to you." Gash left the city within days. His landlady asked Van Cise to help him. The DA shared the letter with reporters and vowed to protect Gash if he returned home. "We will not stand for any Ku Klux Klan monkey business in Denver," he told them. "It is my intention to try to put the Klan out of business in this city." Racial intimidation was hardly a new phenomenon in the Mile High City. Although housing discrimination was ostensibly banned, blacks who moved into white neighborhoods were often harassed or assaulted. Just the previous summer, 3 weeks after the KKK announced its presence in Denver, a bomb was tossed into the front yard of a house owned by a black postal worker. The explosion shattered windows and gouged a large hole in the lawn. The house was on an otherwise all-white block and had been recently purchased from a black police officer, Richard Porter, who'd resisted pressure from a committee of white residents to sell the house to them. Van Cise denounced the violence and promised that the homeowner would be protected, but he and the city's manager of safety also met privately with Porter. They urged him to undo the sale and accept an offer for the same amount from the white committee. Van Cise may have thought he was proposing a solution that would avoid further violence, but it amounted to an endorsement of the white homeowner's interest in keeping the block segregated. Porter declined the offer. 4 months later, the same house, now occupied by another black family, was bombed again. No one claimed responsibility for either incident, and the bombings remained unsolved, despite a hefty reward for information offered by the city. His failed attempt at mediating that situation may have spurred the district attorney to take a less equivocal stand on the threat to Ward Gash. The letter was a provocation. Who were these masked vigilantes, issuing threats from the shadows on gaudy letterhead? Van Cise asked the grand jury to investigate the organization and determine if criminal charges should be filed against its leadership. It was a taller order, perhaps, than he realized. The Klan met every Friday night at the mining exchange building downtown. A few members popped up unexpectedly now and then in full-robed regalia at funerals and church services, delivering a donation or a wreath. But the leadership had not been publicly identified. They were a bunch of ghosts in hoods. The group had only recently applied for articles of incorporation in Colorado, a move that was being opposed by the Denver and Colorado Springs chapters of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. The NAACP state president, George Gross, worked as a messenger for Governor Oliver H. Shoup and had been instrumental in raising the reward money for the bombing incidents. Just as Van Cise's inquiry into the Gash letter was getting underway, Gross received a threatening KKK letter as well, telling him to leave town and warning that, "We will get you if you don't." Gross was not easily intimidated. He'd once thrashed a disrespectful white man who'd showed up at the Capitol, demanding an audience with the governor. And he chose not to follow Gash's lead. He stayed at his post. The threat against him made the front page of the New York Times, and the Colorado Attorney General promised to investigate the matter, a parallel probe to what Van Cise was doing. After weeks of inquiries, the DA's investigators determined that the head of the Denver Klan was a homeopathic physician named John Galen Locke. Summoned by the grand jury, he proved to be an eccentric figure, short and heavy-set and sporting a Van Dyke. The examination was brief. Asked about a particular meeting of the Klan hierarchy at the mining exchange, Locke flatly denied any knowledge of the gathering. He denied presiding over the meeting, donning Klan robes, or even attending the event. The jury then called Warren Given, a prominent stockbroker who was known to have been at the meeting in question. His testimony could help determine if Locke had committed perjury, but Given refused to provide it. After admitting that he attended the meeting, he declined to identify others who were present or what was discussed. He wasn't invoking his right against self-incrimination, but claiming that to disclose any details would violate his solemn oath to a secret organization. He maintained his silence despite the possibility of jail time for refusing to answer the grand jury's questions. Judge Charles Butler found him guilty of criminal contempt of court and declared that Given had an extremely low and dangerous conception of the duties of an American citizen. No person can relieve himself of his legal duties by taking an oath, Butler observed in his written ruling. This is a government of law. No persons or associations of persons of any kind or character are above the law. Although his attorney vowed to appeal Butler's decision to the highest court in the land, Given ended up paying a $100 fine and walking away from the battle. Gash was eventually persuaded to return to Denver. In its final report before its term expired, the grand jury returned no charges, but recommended further investigation of the Klan. The inquiry had bogged down in a side issue, and yet, from Van Cise's perspective, perhaps it wasn't a side issue at all. What did it say about an organization if its members prized secrecy and loyalty to the cause more than the rule of law, more than the truth? On Easter Sunday, the Denver Post published what it claimed to be the first interview with a local Klan official since the group arrived in the state. To obtain it, the reporter went as directed to a downtown taxi stand and found a robed, hooded figure waiting in the back of a cab with curtains closed. During the subsequent ride, the Kluxer denied that his organization had threatened Gash or anybody else. The letter was a fraud, he said, written on letterhead that had been stolen from a KKK office months earlier. The Klan felt sorry for Van Cise, he added. The DA was making a huge mistake, attacking the only patriotic, all-American fraternal order in existence. He would be better off studying a proclamation by the group's exalted Grand Cyclops, which the hooded one was eager to provide the reporter. It read in part, "The Knights of the Ku Klux Klan wage no war upon any race or creed. We repudiate, as false and slanderous, the vicious charges that we seek to engender racial strife and religious prejudice. Moral, law-abiding people, white or black, male or female, of whatever religious faith, have nothing to fear from our Klan. But we do warn the immoral, the undesirable, the law violator, that the Klan will not tolerate their presence in our community." The Dick captured Blonger's reaction to the grand jury investigation. He was outraged, once again, at the way the DA was stepping out of line, failing to exhibit a shred of common sense. "He makes me sick," the fixer told Duff. "He can't keep his nose out of anything. He started something on this Ku Klux business. He better be careful, or they will get him." 4. The Roundup. The 4th of July arrived, and the big store remained closed. Tourists crowded Denver's hotels, arranging motor trips to the mountains and picnics at Red Rocks, and no one tried to fleece them. A Wyoming stockman just off the train could stroll the length of downtown and wander into the 8-story atrium of the Brown Palace Hotel, gawking at all the filigreed wrought iron and Mexican onyx, without a single roper befriending him and offering to show him the city. By this time the previous summer, Civic Center Park had been lousy with conmen, but not now. Arch Cooper reported that the downtown bunch were all complaining that they never saw the town so dead. From the janitor at Blonger's office, Van Cise knew that mail was piling up for several top grifters, but none of them had arrived to claim it. The telegram intercepts had turned up no messages that indicated when the big store might open. Instead, a roper from Chicago, named Joe Perrick, sent a wire to Kid Duffy asking if the firm could use a good salesman this summer, and received an emphatic response: "Do not come, Duff." Duff was definitely in town, so was Blonger, but they had only a trickle of visitors, and the Dick produced little of interest. Van Cise brooded. What had gone wrong? What had made them so cautious? Had the investigation sprung one final, fatal leak? He sat down with Ken Robinson and reviewed all the past close calls. Blonger and Duff clearly suspected that they were still under some form of surveillance, but Robinson was sure they hadn't found the transmitter, despite all the whispering in the office. They might suspect it was there, but they didn't know. The only other possibilities the chief deputy DA could suggest was that one of the undercover men had slipped up or been bought off. Van Cise rejected both scenarios. No, this was a war of nerves between his team and the conmen, a contest to see who would blink first. He doubted that the gang was prepared to wait until his term of office was up. Perhaps they were counting on something to speed him on his way. Rumors of a campaign to recall the district attorney had been making the rounds of the pool halls for weeks. Van Cise had been expecting it. He had angered the downtown crowd with his crusades against the brothels and the gambling joints. He had alienated the mayor and the cops by preaching to the newspapers about corruption. He had stirred up the Ku Kluxers with his grand jury. But if Blonger was plotting a move against him, Van Cise reasoned, then it would be good to make the fixer think he was on the run. It was time to blink, so the other side would relax and get back to its thievery. Then the big store would open, the cons would come to town, and Van Cise's men would, he fervently hoped, arrest them all before his secret investigation ran out of money. 2 weeks into July, Van Cise let it be known that he was going on vacation with his wife and children. His office had come under fire for its handling of the Orville Turley case, providing a perfect excuse for an embattled prosecutor to disappear for a few weeks. Turley, a real estate salesman, had confessed to strangling a wealthy widow in an effort to claim her Capitol Hill apartment house. The sensational crime produced one of the most breathless Denver Post headlines of the era. Body jammed in pipe of furnace after life choked out by noose. And a separate insanity defense mounted by Turley's lawyers. Turley was examined by two alienists hired by the state, and much to Van Cise's chagrin, they agreed with the defense's medical findings, that Turley was not responsible for his actions and was suffering from progressive paresis, a form of paralysis. The doctors expected him to live no more than 2 years. However, on July 18th, after 4 hours of deliberation, a jury layman rejected all the egghead's opinions and found Turley sane and fit to stand trial. Declaring that his office would be handicapped in pursuing the prosecution of a man its experts had judged to be insane, Van Cise filed a motion seeking a special prosecutor. Then he took Sarah, Edwin, and Eleanor to a remote cabin near Mount Audubon, 60 miles northwest of Denver. Only his closest deputies, Robinson and Roy Sampson, knew where he was. Robinson chatted up Deputy Sheriff Tom Clark, the jail boss known to be friendly with Blonger, and let him know that he was running things until Labor Day. Without being too obvious, Robinson did his best to suggest that he didn't share the district attorney's zealous views and was looking forward to a few weeks of dull routine. Clark dutifully took that nugget to Blonger, who voiced his approval in front of God, man, and the Dick. Soon Cooper was hearing saloon talk about Van Cise's departure, to the effect that the mob had paid $5,000 to get him out of town. The yarn made Van Cise wonder if Clark had squeezed a bonus out of Blonger by claiming to have somehow arranged the vacation. Whether Clark took credit for it or not, the feint worked. The bunco men thought the fighting DA was giving up the fight. Van Cise had hardly cleared out before the telegrams started flying. Invitations to the fishing season from Blonger and Duff, and acceptances from salesmen in return. 2 top earners arrived within a matter of days. A telephone number left at Blonger's office led Andy Kane to a room at the Shirley Savoy, registered to George S. Dover of Kansas City. Poring over the voluminous archive of mugshots the detectives had assembled, Kane identified the florid, heavy-set Dover as George Tip Belcher, a major operator who'd served 3 terms in prison and been tried and acquitted in the murder of a policeman. Then Jackie French, Duff's top bookmaker, showed up at Blonger's office, decked out in an expensive powder blue silk suit and still glowing from trimming suckers out of $250,000 the previous winter in Florida. "I'm going to lay low this summer and play around in the mountains," he told Duff and Blonger. "But if you need me on a big case, I'll book for you." Kane tailed French to a lavish apartment in Capitol Hill, where he was shacked up with Buddha Godman, a dark-haired 33-year-old vamp. Godman's resume included counterfeiting and extortion schemes, as well as a stint as the mistress of Charles Stoneham, the owner of the New York Giants baseball club. Depending on the situation, Godman sometimes called herself Louise French, sometimes Mrs. Charles Stoneham, although it seems unlikely that the real Mrs. Stoneham knew or approved of the impersonation. Through Stoneham, Godman had connections with several of the most notorious gangsters on the East Coast, including Arnold Rothstein, widely credited as the mastermind who fixed the 1919 World Series, and the Cotton Club's Oni Madden. But French was her true love of the moment, and a handy fellow to have around when you needed someone to burst into a hotel room posing as an aggrieved husband or a federal agent, and shaking down some lust-crazed, thoroughly compromised rich sap. Both French and Godman had warrants and bounties from other jurisdictions. When Sampson learned that they were in town, he was eager to arrest them right away for the reward money, arguing that it would help finance the final stages of the investigation. Robinson overruled him. Nobody was to be nabbed, he said, until Van Cise gave the word. French's comment about laying low and playing around in the mountains proved to be only half true. He was soon on his way to Estes Park, where he and Godman found time to run a badger game against an Episcopalian minister. But other grifters were pouring into town. They checked into boarding houses and hotels, met in small groups at Civic Center at night, and began to set up scores. Kane was busier than a scout leader at a jamboree trying to keep up with them. One evening, he counted no less than 23 confidence men on the Capitol grounds, hovering around the marks like carrion crows. He followed 3 of them to their hotels, noted the room numbers of the keys handed out to them, discovered that one of the innkeepers was an old acquaintance from Missouri, and soon had the names of 5 more suspicious characters registered at the same hotel. Another night, Kane followed 6 men from the park to the seedy Melton Hotel. After they went inside, he saw a light go on in a window at the end of the hall. He took the room next door, removed his shirt, if discovered it would look like he was headed for the washroom, and crouched beside the door of a guest who'd signed in as J.D. Brady. He eavesdropped long enough to confirm that Van Cise's ruse was working. Brady: "I bet you nothing like this ever happens again, that we have to wait for a district attorney to go out of town before we open up." Another man: "What do you think of that fellow I had 2 days and he committed suicide?" Brady: "The steerers are sure getting tough breaks this year." Excited, Kane went back to the files. Mr. Brady's picture was there. Arthur B. Tex Cooper, a top spieler. The big guns were all coming. As the fishing season opened in earnest, the fixer and his crews grew bolder. Blonger called up city officials every day to confirm that Van Cise was still out of town. He made several calls to Mayor Bailey and his manager of safety. Police captains came openly to Blonger's office. Blonger ordered a telephone for an office he had rented in another building on 17th Street in the name of A.L. Long. In phone conversations, he referred to that office as the Lookout. As near as the detectives could figure, it was the mob's own observation post. George Belcher spent a lot of time there, standing in the window, scanning the street below. The suckers were recruited in the parks and hotels, but at some point the steerer would bring them to 17th for a seemingly chance meeting with the spieler, then a trip to the fake stock exchange. Belcher was there to signal the players into action and look out for the law. He also served as a tailor, shadowing the mark as he went from the bank to the stock exchange to make sure his money arrived safely. On July 25th, a Tuesday, petition collectors surfaced downtown, gathering signatures for the long-awaited recall campaign. Amid vague charges that Van Cise was wholly incompetent to hold office, had violated his oath, and willfully discriminated in his choice of prosecutors, were the names of the recall organizers, 2 men and 2 women. The only recognizable name was that of General Sherman Bell, a former adjutant general of the Colorado Guard, who'd been Van Cise's bitter enemy ever since the young captain defied his superiors and called for court-martial proceedings against the soldiers involved in the Ludlow massacre. It required only a day's investigation by the newspapers to discover that Bell was now spearheading a newly formed organization called the Colorado Law Enforcement League. The name evoked another disreputable clutch of patriots, the Colorado Law Enforcement and Enactment League, which had sought to influence the 1916 Denver municipal elections by publishing the religious affiliations of candidates and urging votes for Protestants. The new group had even established offices in the same building once occupied by the Cleel. Van Cise suspected that the real power behind the recall was the Ku Klux Klan, seeking revenge for his grand jury investigation. But for now, the group was letting Bell carry the weight. No alternative candidate for district attorney had been proposed yet. Predictably, Blonger's people got on board at once. The first petitions were passed out at 17th and Larimer, within hailing distance of Blonger's office, and those of the fixer's associates who happened to be registered voters quickly affixed their names to the recall effort. The number of mugs on the rolls proved to be a great asset for Van Cise, who saw a way to turn the campaign to his advantage. First, he had Robinson issue a statement, noting that the district attorney was vacationing in the mountains and was expected to be gone until the middle of August. 3 days later, Van Cise released a more elaborate rejoinder to the press, calling the recall the best compliment I ever had. Certain people in this town, he wrote, cannot get accustomed to the fact that the present district attorney takes orders from no one and is not in the least interested in how the underworld thinks or votes, nor does it confer any privilege with his office to a bootlegger, prostitute, white slaver, gambler, or political fixer, as all criminals look alike to us. Van Cise went on to recite the highlights of his first year and a half in office. The raid on the Quincy Club, the shuttering of the notorious colored joint, known as the Rocky Mountain Club, King Bookie Julius Epstein on the lam, the fingerprinting of 626 bootleggers, 7 of whom had received prison sentences after a second conviction, the closing of 23 houses of ill repute, dramatic reductions of the court backlog, despite the fact that his office had filed more cases in 18 months than most Denver DAs did in 4 years. Convictions in 13 out of 18 cases Van Cise had tried himself, including 10 murder cases. He closed with a reference to his much-discussed absence. I am going back to the mountains for my vacation, the first since I have been in office. Before going, however, I wish to thank my enemies for the compliment of invoking the recall. A two-edged sword. Two-edged indeed. Let Blonger and Duff think he was entirely focused on fighting the recall. Remind the entire town that he was out of action until late August. Make them all believe that he was mentally and physically elsewhere. Then strike. Van Cise did his best to convince his children that they really were on vacation. He took 5-year-old Edwin trout fishing with him on the shore of Brainerd Lake. Eleanor, almost 7, preferred short strolls in the woods, breathing the thick summer scent of lodgepole pine and scouting for deer and chipmunks. But before long her father would become lost in thought, and her mother would have to take over while he made notes and phone calls. There was so much to consider, so many loose ends to gather before the roundup could get properly underway. Robinson called daily and showed up at the cabin a couple of times a week in a big Packard provided by one of the wealthy donors who were financing the investigation. The donor insisted on driving, talking Robinson to exhaustion as they weaved up the mountain roads. The subject, as dusty and full of hairpin turns as their route, was whether Shakespeare's plays were the work of Francis Bacon. Visibly pleased to be liberated from the car, Robinson brought written reports from the men and plenty of questions about how the mission was going to end. Van Cise had no answers yet. It was one thing to launch a secret spy network and keep it running for months. It was quite another to safely capture scores of elusive, dangerous men and keep them confined until trial. There was no one to tell him how to finish what he had started, no model for it. After months of turning the matter around and around, he still had not decided on the when, how, and where of the denouement. Sampson was pressing to move now, while they had a fix on so many top conmen. But Van Cise badly wanted to nail Tom Clark, George Sanders, and the other cops on Blonger's payroll, and what he had on them so far was pretty weak. A few meetings, some friendly banter picked up by the bug. What would a jury make of that? Beneath the whole question of when to spring the trap was a gnawing fear that the evidence the team had collected over the past year, the surveillance, the victim identifications, all of it, wasn't good enough to convict. There was a case to be made for waiting. Van Cise wanted to plant a phony sucker or two, catch the gang in the act of trimming them, maybe catch Sanders or one of the other bent detectives working the blow-off. 2 visitors to town, a Nebraska farmer and a lumber dealer from Houston, both friends of previous swindle victims, had volunteered to pose as wealthy lambs, ready for slaughter. They'd been directed to wander around the newsstands and hotels until they were approached. But if the fishing season ended without anyone taking the bait, most of the gang would be gone before Van Cise's team could move. And who was to make the arrests? This, too, was a conundrum. His team consisted of 6 deputy DAs, 3 of whom had no idea an investigation was underway, and 3 detectives. Hardly enough manpower to round up Ali Baba, let alone 40 thieves. Kane's latest report estimated the number of con men in town at 75. Worse, Sampson was the only one of the prosecutors trained to make arrests. Using the Denver police was out of the question. The roundup would be tipped for sure. The state of Colorado had recently formed its own police force. Colorado Rangers, they were called, emulating the Texas Rangers. But they were said to be tied up in the southern Colorado coalfields. President Harding was determined to crush the mining strikes and had called on the states to work with federal authorities to suppress what the newspapers delicately termed labor unrest. And where would they put Blonger's bunch after they arrested them? Using Clark's jail would be just as disastrous as asking Detective Sanders to lead the raids. The cons would be marched in the front door and spirited out the back. A temporary hoosegow would have to be found, some sturdy yet discreet location where the suspects could be held under wraps until the prosecutors could demand high bail. None of the issues were insurmountable. Van Cise could solve them if he had enough time. But by mid-August, the entire investigation was coming to a boil, whether he was ready or not. He received an urgent phone call from Robinson, summoning him to Denver. Although his deputy didn't want to go into details over the wire, it was clear that something had panicked the team. Van Cise drove back that day and was shown an infuriating dictograph transcription. Sampson had put together a list of 63 conmen thought to be operating in Denver. It was a shorter tally than Kane's estimate, many of them bearing only aliases or nicknames referring to physical attributes, such as thick lips and blind man. Sampson had sent off a copy of the list to Irving Bruce, captain of detectives in Colorado Springs, to alert him that these men might try to recruit suckers at the city's annual rodeo. Bruce was considered trustworthy, but the list ended up posted on the bulletin board at the police station. George Sanders happened to be detailed to the rodeo patrol from Denver, got a copy of the list, and realized it came from the Denver DA. He took it straight to the fixer's office. "Hey, Blonger, here's something you had better look into," he said. "It's Van Cise's list." Blonger read the paper in silence. "What of it?" he blustered. "You fellows are still with me, and that fellow can't make an arrest without using the police." Sanders agreed. "You know us, Lou," he said. Duff entered the room at that point, and the 3 huddled close together, their voices too low for the Dick to catch their words. Van Cise read the brief exchange again, with growing anger and annoyance. Blonger knew the investigation was still alive, and yet he truly believed he was untouchable. But maybe Duff and the others wouldn't feel quite so confident. Once the word got out that their names were on a list, many grifters would be tempted to skip town, even if they still had suckers on the hook. There was no longer any time to spare. The attack had to come off in the next few days, before the enemy evaporated. Van Cise's vacation was officially over. He went to the state capitol, a stone's throw from the Ropers' working civic center, and asked to see Governor Shoup, a fellow Republican and former oil executive. He gave the governor a succinct account of his undercover operation and explained his need for Colorado Rangers. A strong backer of Prohibition, Shoup was eager to see his state police squad get involved in actual crime busting. The tensions in the coal fields had eased, and Shoup said he could spare 15 of his best men. The head of the Rangers, Colonel Patrick Hamrock, whom Van Cise knew from his days in the state militia, was instructed to have his squad dress in plain clothes and be ready to assemble at a moment's notice. Before he could brief Hamrock, Van Cise had to address other concerns, including transportation and storage. Marked police cars would be as stupid as uniformed officers. He called up the more able-bodied donors to his secret fund and asked them to volunteer their private cars and their services as chauffeurs during the arrests. Many of them readily agreed. Denver's Blue Bloods had paid for the investigation, and now they were going to be in on the kill. For a jail, Van Cise settled on a building that he knew was vacant and could be readily appropriated. He and Sarah had attended the First Universalist Church on the corner of Colfax and Lafayette since their wedding. But at the moment, the church was between ministers, and services had been suspended. Van Cise was on the church board and knew the building well. It was set back from the street, at the rear of a large lot, with a back entrance that led directly to the basement. Prisoners could be whisked out of cars in the alley without attracting a lot of attention, then down the back stairs to a large room with a high ceiling that, with the addition of bars on the windows, would make a suitable holding cell. Guards and barricades would keep the prisoners a safe distance from the door. A first-floor office could be used for processing paperwork and storing evidence, and the command center for coordinating the arrests could be located upstairs. In a matter of hours, Van Cise believed he had solved most of his problems, but other complications soon surfaced. One of the young men recruited as a driver was a bachelor who lived with his parents. He'd gone to his father to ask if he could borrow the car. Either because the son was too talkative or his father demanded an explanation, the latter soon learned that his car was going to be used in a raid on Lou Blonger's bunch. Unfortunately, the father happened to know Blonger and had signed one of the petitions demanding Van Cise's recall. He threatened to go to Blonger immediately. Van Cise had to prevail on another donor, a good friend of the fuming father, to intervene and persuade him to keep quiet. But as the investigation slipped into its final hours, an even greater complication presented himself. He had been in town for days, armed and on the prowl, pursuing his own independent and often reckless hunt for conmen. If his press was to be believed, the very mention of this man's name would send the gang packing. Sampson had alerted Van Cise the day he'd come back from the mountains, and the situation was only getting worse. "We've got a big problem," Sampson told him. "Norfleet is here." Since the days of the first Phoenician shell game, the art of the swindle has relied upon the complementary nature of the transaction. The deal demands a confidence man, to be sure, but it demands a sucker, too. The sucker buys into the deal not only with his hard cash, but with his faith in the reality of the proceedings. The predators have, as they say, gained his confidence. But all the while the mark is convinced that it is he who has gained the confidence of the kind of men who, behind closed doors, secretly run the world. A successful grifter must have the will to beat a man out of his family fortune, his life savings, his children's future. By the same token, a true sucker must be willing to be beaten. To play his role properly, to not crack out of turn, he has to embrace his defeat. This is a critical piece of the operation that's often overlooked in discussions of the psychology of the con. Most marks are not criminals themselves. Greedy or not, they have difficulty comprehending the enormous deception that has been worked on them, and are likely to attribute the bad outcome to other causes. Given an exhilarating chance to stray over the line, to reap a fortune by taking one tiny step into the shadows, the sucker has an intimation that the break he's been denied his entire life is now abruptly at hand, and when it all goes wrong, the hidden scold inside him is not surprised at all. It's just his luck. If the con is played to perfection, the mark may never realize he's been swindled. He may think that, through some wretched turn of fate, he lost his money in a legitimate business deal. Or the deal itself is so dicey, involving a rigged horse race or insider stock trades or some other forbidden fruit, that the mark doesn't dare go to the cops. In extreme cases, a sucker is kept from squawking by some final, elegant flourish, a grand blow-off that leaves him scared to death. The con men stage an argument. Someone gets shot with blanks, but appears to bleed real blood, thanks to a gimmick known as a cackle bladder, a small rubber tube filled with chicken blood and secreted in the mouth, and the mark runs for cover. However, the payoff, as practiced in 1922, rarely required such melodrama. Kid Duffy and his men depended on a sucker being so utterly beaten that he was too embarrassed to admit how thoroughly he'd been conned. Shame was the ultimate weapon when it came to cooling a mark. Or so everyone thought, until one crew came up against a mark who refused to play his part as scripted. J. Frank Norfleet had no shame and refused to be beaten. Instead, he went about broadcasting his victimization and swearing vengeance. He became the most famous sucker in the country, and thus the most dangerous one of all. Norfleet's education in the big con began in the fall of 1919, when he traveled from his ranch in West Texas to Dallas to sell mules and possibly swap some land. In a hotel lobby, he made the acquaintance of a chatty fellow named Miller, who claimed to be another mule man. Learning of Norfleet's interest in expanding his operation, Miller introduced him to an alleged land agent named Spencer. The next day, Spencer brought in a third man by way of the old pocketbook routine. He and Norfleet found a wallet loaded with money and broker's papers belonging to one J.B. Stetson. Once located, Stetson rewarded his wallet's recovery with a few stock predictions on behalf of the men who did him such a good deed. Norfleet knew just enough about the big city and its wiles to be wary of the stock exchange. But he agreed to let Spencer trade for him, provided he didn't have to put up any cash himself. From there, the con followed the same playbook as the Denver operation. Acting on juicy insider tips from Stetson, Spencer and Norfleet made $160,000 over a period of days. When the time came to collect, Norfleet discovered that he was not allowed to withdraw his share of the winnings, as he was not a member of the exchange. He was sent home to raise $20,000 to confirm he had the money to make the bids in the first place. After losing that amount in what he thought was just a stroke of bad luck, he was tapped for another $25,000 that was supposed to recoup his loss. Despite safeguards implemented by Stetson to keep everyone's bankroll safe, Norfleet's cash and his new friends soon vanished. Norfleet was 54 years old. The $45,000 had been hastily scraped together from his savings, loans, and money pledged to his land deal, and its loss left him deeply in debt. But instead of going home and blowing his brains out, he became the boomerang sucker. He vowed to track down the men who cheated him. 5 had been involved in all: Miller, Spencer, Stetson, and 2 employees of the stock exchange. He didn't know their real names, but he had their faces burned into his memory. With his wife Mattie's blessing, "Go get those miserable crooks," she said, he visited police chiefs, county sheriffs, and private detective agencies to see if they had any means to find these men. Over the next 3 years, Norfleet cast his net wide, first across Texas, then across the hemisphere. He pored over hotel registers and police blotters. Posing persuasively as a hayseed, he struck up wide-eyed conversations with habitués of betting parlors and speakeasies. He traveled thousands of miles to pursue a hunch or a threadbare trail. He gave frequent interviews to newspaper reporters, providing a lurid, cautionary tale of his ruination by conmen, as well as detailed descriptions of the swindlers. When 2 of his quarries landed in jail in San Bernardino, not long after the rancher had tracked the gang to California, Norfleet emerged in the popular press as a cowboy version of Sherlock Holmes. The manhunter's own accounts of his exploits involved frequent brandishing of the 2 revolvers he carried. He tracked the gang's leader, Joe Fury, who'd played Stetson, to San Francisco and Los Angeles, where Fury maintained 2 separate families and promptly informed the local authorities. But instead of arresting Fury, the detectives in Los Angeles shook him down for $20,000 and allowed him to flee. Undeterred, Norfleet managed to get deputized in Texas and obtained an arrest warrant signed by the governor of Florida. He and his son Pete captured Fury in Jacksonville and hauled him back to Texas at gunpoint to face trial. Miller was arrested in Georgia. That left Spencer. Norfleet came upon him unexpectedly on a crowded street in Montreal and wrestled him to the ground. But Spencer screamed that he was being robbed and got away in the confusion. Norfleet tracked him back to Texas, then learned he'd gone to Denver. The rancher had heard of the stock exchange there and had corresponded with the new district attorney. He took the next train to Denver, called up Van Cise's office, and was soon telling Roy Sampson his troubles. Sampson begged him not to give any interviews or take any action. Something big was in the works, he hinted, and the district attorney would be back in the office shortly. Accounts of what Norfleet did with this information vary, but it's clear that he ignored Sampson's plea to lay low. He went to the downtown post office and loudly called for mail in the name of Mulligan. Within minutes, he was offered a drive of scenic beauty by a man calling himself Watley, whom Norfleet recognized from his own immersion in mugshots as a grifter from Salt Lake City. He declined the ride and walked into the lobby of the Brown Palace, playing a Texas cotton farmer named Mulligan, and was immediately befriended by one R.C. Davis. There was something about Norfleet's face, its smooth, placid contours, that seemed to bring the conmen courting. The lean, dark-haired Davis claimed to be a Texan, too, even though he spoke of Houston and Wacko with an accent that sounded like it had rarely strayed west of the Hudson River. Thus began the round of pleasantries and offers of showing a fellow Texan the town that, Norfleet knew from bitter experience, would ultimately lead to the stock exchange. Norfleet triumphantly reported back to Sampson that if the DA was having trouble finding the conmen, he could sure show him where they were. A meeting with Van Cise was hastily arranged that evening at Sampson's house. The last thing anyone wanted was Norfleet being spotted at the district attorney's office. The lone avenger arrived at the meeting on the heels of a summer monsoon that had flooded parts of the city and peppered motorists with hail. The rain had stopped, but the skies were still blustery and unsettled, as if things could go either way. Van Cise had expected the celebrated scourge of confidence men to be a much bigger fellow. Norfleet was 5'6", maybe 125 pounds soaking wet, with pale, watery blue eyes and a limp, matronly handshake. He'd made an effort to disguise himself by dyeing his gray hair brown, thinning and curling his mustache, and affecting a stooped-over gait that he'd observed in cotton pickers. He wore a straw-colored Palm Beach suit, spoke in a soft drawl, and exuded harmlessness. Van Cise wondered how much of Norfleet's famous adventures could be believed. Before catching up with Fury, the rancher claimed to have ventured into a tough gambling joint in the Everglades. He barely escaped with his life after Fury sent word that their visitor was the infamous Norfleet and should be dispatched as soon as possible. He had supposedly extricated himself from this death trap by getting the drop on 2 desperadoes who were about to choke the life out of him, then marching them past 2 guards armed with carbines. Could this be the same man? It seemed unlikely, but Van Cise had known bantamweights in the Army who were absolute tigers when cornered. He decided to tell Norfleet about the investigation and the impending arrests, as well as his efforts to get someone inside the stock exchange itself. Norfleet told them about his encounters with Whatley and Davis. "I've got the runners of the stock exchange on my hip and will be into the real game in a day or 2, Norfleet boasted. The prosecutors had to admit that this was good news. Their own phony suckers hadn't generated a nibble. This might be the best hope of catching the gang in the act, Van Cise realized. Norfleet would know what to say to encourage them, but Van Cise didn't want any gunplay on his conscience. He told Norfleet he didn't want him to get picked up by the Denver police for not having a gun permit. He would have to leave his 6-shooters behind when he pursued his contacts with the con men. Reluctantly, Norfleet agreed. Van Cise's assurances that his every move would be covered by well-armed investigators didn't seem to impress him. "I have had so many dealings with crooked police and sheriffs that I am afraid of every man whose job it is to catch criminals," he said glumly. Van Cise told him it would be different this time. But looking at the little man with the watery eyes, he saw genuine fear. Perhaps Norfleet's account of the con men trying to kill him in the Everglades was true, and it was cold-blooded to give them another crack at him like this. But scared or not, armed or defenseless, Norfleet was willing, and Van Cise had decided to use him. They sent Norfleet back to cultivate his new acquaintance at the Brown Palace on Monday evening, August 21st. Van Cise knew he had to wrap everything up before Friday. Some of the cons had already let it be known that they wouldn't require their rooms past the weekend. He arranged briefings with Hamrock's men and his own 3 out-of-the-loop deputy prosecutors, who were astonished to discover that the investigation had reached this point without any of them having the slightest notion that it existed. He handed out arrest assignments to the Rangers, telling them he didn't expect to encounter armed resistance. Confidence men know how to take a pinch, he explained, and rely on a fixer to get them out. But the troopers would still have to be vigilant in collecting evidence and escorting the suspects to church. "Watch your prisoners' hands at all time," he said. "Do not let them throw anything away, even a newspaper." He demonstrated the office, an underworld high sign that consists of opening your coat as if flashing a badge. It's the way one grifter warns another that an arrest is coming and a lawyer should be called to arrange bail. None of the prisoners should be allowed to signal each other or anyone else. "Watch out for the women," he added. "All their molls are in this racket. They are the worst grapevine we face." If a woman was present, the Rangers would have to summon another woman to guard her until the arrests were over. He hadn't fixed the exact time of the attack yet, he told them. He was awaiting word from an undercover operative. On Tuesday evening, he received a hastily scrawled letter from Norfleet, on stationery from the Hotel Metropole. "Room 310. They are going to play me for what money they think I have, and abandon the trip home. I will wire my wife, on the Dallas County Bank, just as soon as I learn the exact plans. If you get the wire to wife, you will understand. I will try and talk again. If not too late to get in. We are in room. I don't feel well. I have met the mysterious man, Mr. R.C. Davis, my first man, Mr. P.J. Miller, the mysterious man M.A.B. Zachary, the broker in office. "We took $303,000, moved to this hotel. We'll finish tomorrow. I may need help, room 226, Denham Building. I can't be at Columbia tonight. I am being watched. I am in toilet now. Watch after me, Mulliken." The meaning was far from clear, but Van Cise had reports from Kane and others who'd been following Norfleet around all day, and he could discern the gist of it. Norfleet had pursued his connection with R.C. Davis, the odd-accented Texan at the Brown Palace, whom Kane quickly identified as Leon Felix, a steerer with a long rap sheet. Felix took Norfleet for a stroll downtown, bringing the conversation around to high finance and this plunger he'd seen in action in Kansas City once, hauling cash out of the stock market like it was hay. With that peculiar twist of coincidence typical of big con operations, Felix abruptly spotted the very man, the mysterious stranger from Kansas City, walking down the street, a sheaf of telegrams in his hand. Watching from a discreet distance, Kane recognized the stranger at once. He was Tex Cooper, the champion spieler who'd registered as Mr. Brady at the Melton Hotel a few days earlier. After the appropriate introductions and expressions of amazement at meeting up in Denver like this, Felix asked Cooper to invest $40 on behalf of himself and his friend. Cooper obliged, and soon returned with $80. Norfleet gratefully accepted his half of the windfall. Felix pressed Cooper to place more bids for them, but Cooper protested that he was too busy, and invited them to come to the exchange themselves. Norfleet accompanied them to room 226 of the Denham Theater Building, the current location of the exchange, and proved to be a plunger himself. He applied for and received $100,000 in credit, then rolled up $300,000 trading on tips provided by Cooper. He paid back the $100,000 advanced and was on his way to the door with the rest of the cash cradled in his arms like a stack of logs, when Mr. Zachary, the secretary of the exchange, frantically hailed him. He used almost the exact same words Norfleet had heard in Dallas 3 years earlier. "Just a minute, Mr. Mulliken," Zachary cried. "I would like to see your membership card, if you please." Norfleet had no such card. Alas, Zachary explained, Mulliken could not withdraw his money because he was not a member of the exchange and should never have been advanced the credit without proper authorization. He would have to leave his winnings in the vault until he could arrange to have $100,000 deposited in a Denver bank to confirm his bids. Outraged and sympathetic, Felix and Cooper took Norfleet to room 310 at the Metropole and were staying with him while he arranged to get money wired to him from Mrs. Mulliken, his fictitious wife back in Cotton Country. The letter to Van Cise had been hastily composed in the bathroom while Norfleet was supposedly taking a bath. He'd managed to post it under the guise of sending a letter to his wife. No easy feat when Felix and Cooper were sticking to him every step of the way. Their close watch of him had prevented him from making a planned rendezvous with the district attorney's men at the Columbia Hotel. Fortunately, Van Cise and Norfleet had worked out a backup plan for this eventuality. The note's reference to not feeling well confirmed that Norfleet was following instructions. He developed a tremendous toothache after checking into the Metropole and spent much of the evening groaning on his bed, covering his face in his hands. The routine served two purposes. It helped to conceal his features from the visitors who came to see Cooper or Felix, other grifters mostly, who might recognize Norfleet from the papers or have crossed paths with him at some point. His affliction also gave him a plausible reason for visiting a dentist the next morning. The one he selected, seemingly at random, was William Smedley, who ran the largest and most modern dental office in town, and had agreed to serve as a go-between for the district attorney. Felix and Cooper insisted on accompanying their good friend Mulligan to the dentist, but they had to wait in the anteroom while Mulligan went for treatment. Once alone with Smedley, Norfleet phoned Van Cise. The call came on the district attorney's private line at an awkward moment. Police Detective Sanders had waddled into his office that morning, urging the DA to modify his approach now that recall petitions were on the street. Van Cise listened politely as Sanders explained why he needed to smooth things over with the chief of police and notify the force if he was planning anything big. Clearly, the list of suspects Sanders had brought Blonger had alarmed the detective. He was smelling something like a raid. In the midst of this exhortation, the phone rang. "This is Mulligan," a faint voice said. Keeping his face blank, Van Cise asked the caller to hold for a moment and turned back to his visitor. "George, would you mind stepping outside for a few minutes? I have some personal matters to deal with." Once Sanders was gone, Norfleet spilled the latest. Felix and Cooper had changed plans again and were now pressing him to go to Texas on the night train to get his money. Felix would go with him part of the way, supposedly to fetch his own cash to confirm his bids. To Van Cise, this sounded like a good way of taking them down quietly, away from the other cons downtown. He told Norfleet to go ahead, that he would have the Rangers pull them off the train at the first stop, Littleton, 10 miles south of Denver, and arrest Felix. Cooper would be grabbed with the rest of the group in the morning. Relieved that his ordeal was almost over, Norfleet agreed and hung up. Sanders was still waiting in the outer office. Van Cise sent the detective on his way, promising to meet with him later in the week. Then he summoned his deputies to get the wheels in motion for a roundup in the morning. But as they discussed the coming arrests, it became apparent that sending Norfleet to Union Station that evening would be a mistake. The undercovers had information that other cons were heading out tonight by train. Some might even be on the same red-eye to Texas as Norfleet. There was too great a risk that he would be recognized or the arrest observed and a warning sent back to Denver before the dawn raids. Someone had to get word to Norfleet to stay away from the train station before it was too late. It took most of the day, but the receptionist at Smedley's office finally got through to room 310 of the Metropole shortly before 5 o'clock. Mr. Mulligan was informed that the dentist was ready to finish the work on his teeth. Norfleet was back in the office in a matter of minutes. This time, Felix and Cooper remained outside in a big Cadillac. Smedley handed Norfleet the phone. "The plans are changed," Van Cise said. "You can't take that train. It is up to you to be so darn sick there won't be any question about it. Keep them with you all night." "If they take me, it will be on a stretcher," Norfleet said. "Everything is sitting pretty to close this deal tomorrow morning early. We will knock on your door at 7. Twice heavy and twice light." Van Cise asked him to put Smedley back on the phone. He told the dentist to make Norfleet appear as sick as possible. "Dump everything in the shop in his mouth so you can smell it for a block," he said. Smedley did as he was told. Norfleet staggered out to his new friends, emanating a harsh, astringent odor redolent of hospital wards, as if his head had been dipped in ether. He no longer had to fake his distress. He was genuinely ill. He vomited profusely in the back of the Cadillac, and again at Union Station, persuading Felix and Cooper that a train trip was impossible. Worried that their pigeon might expire before they could complete the touch, they took him back to the hotel and spent the evening filling hot water bottles and applying plasters. After concluding the talk with Smedley, Van Cise turned to Robinson. The roundup was now barely 12 hours away, and he hadn't even informed the Rangers. He asked Robinson to call the drivers while he called Colonel Hamrock. Everybody was to report at the church at 6 in the morning. It was time for Lou Blonger and his fellow sinners to come to Jesus. Norfleet had a restless night. His handlers stayed up late, nursing him and talking about how they were going to spend their winnings once they got this misunderstanding straightened out at the stock exchange. Shortly before dawn, Cooper announced he was going out for a bit. As Felix dozed, Norfleet attempted to block ready access to an open suitcase, which, he'd noted earlier, contained handguns. He kept a .32 under his pillow that night, despite Van Cise's insistence that he go into the deal unarmed. Right at 7 came raps on the door. Too heavy, too light. A sleepy Felix answered the summons and found 2 guns in his face. Robinson and a ranger in plainclothes slipped into the room and informed him that he was under arrest. Norfleet watched from his bed, a grin spreading across his face. "Do you know who I am?" he asked Felix. Puzzled, Felix shook his head. "Your name isn't Mulligan?" "My name is Frank Norfleet." Felix blanched. He was searched, handcuffed, and locked in the bathroom. Robinson phoned Van Cise at the church. "The weather is fine," he said. "We are waiting for number 2. Norfleet proceeded to recount his adventures of the past 48 hours, while Robinson went through the men's papers. Cooper waltzed back into the room at 8:30. He was dressed for business: straw hat, blue coat, white trousers and shoes, a colorful tie with a 3-carat diamond stick pin. Robinson announced that he would be searched and a receipt provided for his valuables. "First, have you met Mr. Norfleet?" Cooper gave no reaction. He stood stoically as Robinson relieved him of his cash, papers, a platinum watch, and other jewelry. As Robinson began to compile a list of the items, Cooper said quietly, "There's no need of mentioning that stick pin. You have included plenty without it." Robinson caught his drift. He was beginning to understand why men like Tex Cooper held the law in such contempt. They were used to buying off coppers with trinkets. "Sorry, old man," he said, "but you better take the receipt. I'll keep the jewelry so you won't offer it to some other person." Kid Duffy was the first of the gang to be brought to church. Sampson staked out his apartment house on Lincoln Street in a car driven by one of Denver's leading attorneys. At 8:30, Duff emerged and began walking briskly toward his office. The car pulled ahead of him, and Sampson beckoned him in. Duff thought he was being offered a ride by a friend, until the guns and badges came out. "By God," he huffed, as Sampson put the cuffs on him and the car sped toward the church. "Your district attorney isn't going to get away with this." Sampson told him to shut up. He went through Duff's pockets. In his coat was a black notebook and a typewritten list, which Sampson recognized at once as a copy of the confidential list of suspects he'd sent to the police in Colorado Springs. From Sanders to Blonger to Duff it had gone, all in a matter of hours, and Duff had probably flashed it all over town by now. When they reached the church, Sampson turned Duff over to the Rangers and ran upstairs to show the colonel what he'd found. The team assigned to Blonger missed his arrival at the office. They had staked out his apartment, but he had spent the night at the home of his mistress, Iola Reedon. The Dick picked up his first calls and conversations of the day, and the stenographer quickly notified Van Cise that his top priority target was at his desk. Deputy DA Fred Sanborn burst in with a plainclothes ranger and found Blonger huddled with a former Denver police detective named Frank Mulligan. "The district attorney wants to see you at once, Mr. Blonger," Sanborn said, "and this other gentleman, too." Blonger got up wordlessly and started to roll down the cover of his desk. Sanborn stopped him and demanded all his office keys. Blonger grunted. "Help yourself," he said, pulling the keys from his pocket. "You won't find anything." The contents of Blonger's and Duff's desks were dumped into suitcases to be examined later. Blonger was searched, along with a spare coat hanging on a rack. The coat yielded a bank deposit book in which Blonger had written the names and phone numbers of key associates. One of the names was William Arnett, a U.S. Department of Justice agent whom Sampson knew well. Raids on the Lookout and the stock exchange produced a trove of other documents and suspects. The Lookout served not only as George Belcher's surveillance post, but as a break room used by teams of spielers and steerers to prepare for action or for divvying up their loot. When Sampson hit the place later that morning, he found not just Belcher, but 4 other men on his list, including Len Ramey, the bookmaker who'd played Mr. Zachary in the Norfleet scam, and Louis Thicklips Mushnick, notorious for having fleeced a sugar broker in Cuba out of $245,000, said to be an all-time record for the payoff. Sampson also seized paperwork from various swindles, Ramey's complete bookmaker outfit, blackboard and all, and a conman's boodle, packages of currency that appeared to amount to $135,000 in $100 bills, but actually came to a mere $2,108 when the packets were pried apart to reveal a core of singles. At the stock exchange, Sampson found better furniture and more paperwork, including dummy stock certificates and transfer sheets. On the top of a handsome roll-top desk sat a telephone, the same phone that had been used in so many high-finance deals and consultations over stock exchange policy. Mr. Zachary had made use of it as recently as Norfleet's visit 2 days ago, to discuss with the head of the exchange the awkward matter of Norfleet's lack of a membership card. Sampson gave the phone a tug, and the bare wire came leaping out of a desk drawer. Mr. Zachary and the other employees of the exchange had been talking to higher-ups who existed only in the minds of their victims. By nightfall, 33 of the world's smoothest operators were locked up in the basement of the First Universalist Church. Van Cise estimated that there were another 36 or so that had fled town in the last few days, mostly small potatoes ropers, but a few major players too, including Norfleet's man Spencer, who had left that morning. They found his suitcase at the Empire Hotel, brimming with phony identification and stock paraphernalia, and learned that he'd left instructions for it to be shipped to Salina, Kansas. Norfleet made plans to follow the suitcase that evening. Andy Kane and Bob Maiden swept up several steerers in the streets, while other agents knocked on hotel room doors. Most of the arrests were made without incident, although there was a hitch in taking down Elmer Meade, better known as the Christ Kid. His roommate protested that they were hauling away an important financier on the verge of completing a very important deal. The man said that he had just returned to Denver from McPherson, Kansas, with a $50,000 cashier's check and was expected at the bank that day. No amount of explaining would persuade the boob that he'd narrowly escaped being cheated out of $50,000. He was so convinced of the Christ Kid's good intentions that he tried to post bail for him on the spot. At the church, the confidence men were thoroughly searched and questioned. During their examinations, they sat in little red chairs designed for children's Sunday school lessons. Some used their straw boaters to shield their faces from a Denver Post photographer. Forbes Parkhill, the paper's star reporter, had gotten wind of the operation early in the morning and had shown up at the church, demanding interviews and threatening to go to the press immediately with his exclusive. Van Cise had called the managing editor and bought time in exchange for letting a Post photographer snap pictures. It was a dream assignment for a crime shutterbug. Above the heads of these notorious criminals, the wall bore quotations from Scripture. "The way of the transgressor is hard. The way of the ungodly shall perish." "This is the goddamnedest jail I've ever been in," one of the gang muttered. Toward twilight, Van Cise descended from his command post and studied the hall from the doorway leading into the basement. Blonger sat apart from the rest, keeping his own counsel. Cool enough at the point of arrest, he had crumbled when he was brought into the strange basement rather than Tom Clark's jail. Perhaps it was the sight of Duff and so many of his other Confederates that dismayed him. In any case, the mask of bluff confidence had slipped badly. Blonger was pale and agitated. He had nothing to say to anyone, but he couldn't sit still. The old jackal was worried, Van Cise realized, with a sudden flush of exultation. Lou Blonger had made a fortune being on the other side of these arrangements. He was the one who fixed the low bail when his buddies took a pinch. Now he was in the dock with the rest of them. He was of no earthly use to them anymore. He couldn't save them. The larger question darkening his brow was whether he could save himself. 5. Unfixed. The church was no place to hold the confidence men overnight. Van Cise arranged to ship them to jails in the neighboring towns of Golden and Brighton, where they could be properly booked and supervised. During the processing, many of the suspects provided false names. Several struggled with their keepers as they were fingerprinted and photographed, trying to blur the record and preserve their prized anonymity. Duff was one of them. Having gone to so much trouble to deep six his old rap sheets, he wasn't about to start a new one without a fight. The next morning, the suspects were brought back to the church. Van Cise made a big production of summoning Captain Washington Rinker and several police detectives under his command to inspect the prisoners prior to taking charge of them. It was Van Cise's way of letting Rinker know that he and his men would be held responsible if any of the gang happened to disappear before their bail hearings. Then the whole crew was taken to the Denver jail, except for 3 men who'd been picked up by mistake by Bob Maiden, the DA's most headstrong investigator. Rousted as suspected ropers from benches outside the Capitol, the trio turned out to have nothing to do with the bunco operation and were released. One prominent target of the dragnet was still at large, Jackie French. The bookmaker Sampson had wanted to arrest well ahead of the others because of the $5,000 bounty on his head, stemming from back-to-back 6-figure scores he'd engineered in Florida. French had spent much of the summer in the mountains with Buddha Godman, his lover and Badger game partner, but he'd played stock exchange manager in Denver many times over the past few years, and Van Cise regarded him as one of the most important operators in Duff's network. Shortly after the first reports of the Bunco Ring roundup made the newspapers, a tipster alerted the Rangers that French was staying at the fashionable Stanley Hotel in Estes Park. Van Cise asked the town marshal to detain him there, then drove up with Sampson that night to personally escort him to jail. In contrast to his less refined colleagues, John Homer French, alias J.H. Fitfield, John Finch, J.R. Clark, John Fillmore, J.H. Fultis, J.H. Francis, and J.H. Fairmont, but known to his friends as Dapper Jackie, was personable, handsome, and oddly talkative. The local cops assigned to guard him reported that they found a pipe and a jar of opium in his suite. French told the visitors he didn't know what this was all about, but he was sure it could be straightened out. Left alone with Van Cise, he mentioned that he had a new Studebaker and several $1,000s in cash and jewelry that might be of interest to the right fellow. Van Cise then introduced himself as the district attorney and decidedly the wrong fellow. "Oh, hell," French said. "No hard feelings, are there?" "Not at all." The hopped-up French was handcuffed and driven back to Denver. Godman fled to New York to seek comfort in the arms of her sugar daddy, Giants owner Charles Stoneham, while pondering how to spring her boyfriend. The other defendants and their allies weren't idle either. Hours after the arrests, attorneys waving writs of habeas corpus descended on the courthouse, demanding the release of their clients. Haggard from lack of sleep, Van Cise was able to head them off by filing a blanket information, charging all the suspects with conspiracy to commit a confidence game. Bail was set at $25,000 each. Blonger and Duff posted bond immediately, but the price was too dear for the rest. High living and incessant gambling left many confidence men with an acute shortage of funds between scores. William A. Bryans, an attorney representing several of the defendants, pushed to have the bonds reduced, leading to an explosive court hearing that set the tone for the acrimonious, bare-knuckle legal battle that lay ahead. Van Cise was an hour late to the Monday afternoon hearing. He complained that he hadn't received proper notice of the proceeding. Bryans responded that a statement he'd made in court Saturday morning, announcing his intention of seeking bond reductions, was sufficient notice, even though Van Cise hadn't been present at that session. Bryans then demanded the release of Jackie French, who'd not yet been charged. Citing the indictment issued against French by a Miami grand jury and his involvement in Denver's big store, Van Cise asked the judge, Clarence J. Morley, to set French's bond at $50,000. Bryans objected strenuously, accusing Van Cise of lying about his lack of notice and his reasons for detaining French. Van Cise denied it. Bryans repeated his claims. "I don't want to be disputed," he said. "You are disputed," Van Cise said, drawing closer to Bryans. Bryans called him a liar again. "Don't say that again," Van Cise said. Bryans did. Van Cise swung on him. According to one observer, the blow struck Bryans in the neck. Another says it was a sock in the eye. Bryans flailed back. The two attorneys exchanged punches for several seconds before others could separate them. After things calmed down, a swollen-faced Bryans stood and apologized to Judge Morley. An apology followed from Van Cise, his tie and starched collar in disarray. Morley lectured them both, but declined to take harsher action. The tussle made headlines. The Denver Post described the DA's thrashing of Bryans, a former county clerk, assistant city attorney, and veteran criminal defense lawyer, as the most commendable act of his official career. That the Post was now eager to jump on the Van Cise bandwagon represented a major shift for the city's largest newspaper, which had omitted Blonger's name from its reports on the bunco arrests for 2 days because of his friendship with publisher Harry Tamman. But the paper's editors couldn't ignore public sentiment, and Van Cise was undeniably the man of the hour. Once mocked as a killjoy because of his raids on booze houses and brothels, he was now fawned over as the fighting DA, the city's fearless gangbuster. The wave of positive press effectively scuttled the Klan-backed recall campaign against him. The recall organizers claimed to have collected almost 22,000 signatures on their petitions, a dubious figure given how low-key and almost invisible the entire effort had been. But just days after the bunco roundup, and hours before the signatures were supposed to be submitted to election officials, the documents disappeared in a mysterious burglary of the Law Enforcement League offices. D.D. Davidson, the LEL official and Klan member who reported the theft, tried to blame Van Cise or his supporters. But Davidson left town before investigators could interview him. The more likely scenario was that the burglary was the organizers' way of extricating themselves from a doomed venture. The bunco raid sent a tremor through the entire city administration. People wondered why the Denver police had been left so conspicuously out of the action, why the DA had to go to private donors to fund the investigation, how so many criminals could operate so freely in the city for so long. Mayor Bailey had peculiar answers to those questions. A former federal marshal himself, he criticized Van Cise's operation as highly irregular and suggested that the bankers and stockbrokers who funded the investigation had selfish motives for doing so. Perhaps, he told reporters, this was a case of the big fellow squeezing out competition from the little fellow. Sounding a theme that the grifter's lawyers would adopt in their defense, he maintained that investing in stocks wasn't much different from playing a confidence game. We have taken a chance with our money and must know it. If we lose, are we suckers? If we win, are we con men in the making? The Denver police faced an even more embarrassing situation. It was rumored that the notebooks seized from Duff and Blonger contained names of several officers and payoff amounts. Chief Rugg Williams promised to take drastic action against any bad apples on the force if the district attorney would only share his findings. But Van Cise was keeping his cards close to the vest. He didn't have enough to charge any detectives yet, and he was hopeful that a grand jury probe into police corruption, spurred by the arrests, would produce more hard evidence. In the meantime, a jittery George Sanders went to see Van Cise at his home. Big-bellied, with hair thinning on his large head, Detective Sanders had been a familiar figure to the surveillance team's dogging of the conmen. He was no sooner admitted to Van Cise's den than he burst into histrionics. He fell on his knees and sobbed his innocence. He knew Blonger and Duff, sure, everybody in town did, but he wasn't involved in protecting them, he insisted. Van Cise was unmoved. What about the lists of suspects, the DA asked, that Sanders had obtained in Colorado Springs and taken to Blonger? Sanders replied that he'd met Blonger by chance that day and had shown him the list because Blonger was curious about it. Van Cise scoffed. He didn't want to reveal the existence of the dictograph, which was still active in Blonger's office, but he couldn't resist calling Sanders on his lie. "That is not what you said," he replied. "You told him you had my list. Then Duff came in, and you talked it over with both of them. You are one of the gang, and you are going to the pen with the rest of them." Visibly shaken, Sanders seemed ready to crack. But then Van Cise made what he would later regard as one of the worst tactical errors of his entire campaign. He asked a question that revealed how little he knew about Blonger's protection arrangements. "How did Blonger pay you fellows, George?" Sanders composed himself. He stood up, said he must be going, and was quickly out the door. Putting the bunco men behind bars had required thousands of hours of planning, sleuthing, and surveillance. Keeping them there would prove to be even harder. The bail battles were only the beginning. The fistfight hadn't cowed Bryans, who brought in reinforcements. Van Cise and his men were soon dealing with a barrage of motions, maneuvers, and distractions orchestrated by a cadre of 8 defense attorneys. Heading the group, as lead counsel and top strategist, was the dreaded dean of Denver's criminal defenders, Horace Hawkins. Passionate, bombastic, and incorrigible, Hawkins was no mere provocateur. He was more like a flamethrower or an incendiary device, something designed to blacken and shrivel whatever got in its way. He had represented the United Mine Workers of America during the Ludlow violence, and managed to get a trumped-up murder conviction of UMWA leader John Lawson overturned on appeal. He had also defended stockbroker Warren Given during his contempt proceeding for failing to answer questions about the KKK put to him by Van Cise and his grand jury. His politics were hard left, but in the courtroom, Hawkins was a strident advocate for whatever cause he represented. He could muster just as much thunderous indignation over efforts to deprive a pickpocket of his liberty as he could over a railroaded union official or a clubman's sacred right to join secret organizations. And in the plight of Lou Blonger, Kid Duffy, and their compatriots, the attorney found a great deal to be indignant about. Hawkins believed that the best defense of the bunco men was a bellowing offense. He denounced the district attorney as a power-mad whippersnapper who deprived free-born, liberty-loving people of their constitutional rights and their property for no good reason at all. He referred to the First Universalist Church basement as a dungeon and accused the prosecution of blaspheming the holy sanctum by holding his clients there a few hours. Van Cise should have been shot in his tracks for using such high-handed and outrageous methods, he declared. Behind the inflammatory rhetoric was a concerted effort to delay the trial and find out exactly what the DA had on each of the defendants. Judge Charles Butler agreed to hold preliminary hearings to determine if Van Cise had probable cause to make the arrests, a drawn-out process that gave the defense early access to many of the state's witnesses and exhibits. Affidavits supporting the charges filed had been signed by Detective Andrew Kane. The defense took the position that no such person existed, forcing Van Cise to put his best undercover agent on the stand. Kane had no trouble proving that he was a real person, but his appearance in open court ended his usefulness as the mob's shadow. Van Cise won the battle over severance, that is, whether to try the defendants individually or en masse. Both sides knew that the conspiracy case would be stronger if there was only one trial, regardless of the number of shysters packed around the defense table, and the prosecution successfully argued that such an approach was legally justified and efficient. But Hawkins kept pressing. If he couldn't get the case thrown out or broken into pieces, then he wanted Van Cise disqualified as prosecutor. The defense claimed that Van Cise had a conflict of interest. After the arrests, civil suits had been filed against several of the defendants by victims of the scam. One pigeon, seeking to recover $50,000 taken off him by spieler Tex Cooper, was represented by an attorney named Harold Webster. Van Cise had shared a suite of offices with Webster and another lawyer, Clyde Barker, prior to becoming district attorney, but they had never worked on any cases together or shared any fees. Yet filings in the civil suit listed the plaintiff's law firm as Barker, Van Cise, and Webster. At a marathon hearing, Van Cise argued exhaustively that he had no involvement in the civil case and that his name on the complaint was a clerical error. But Judge Butler was sufficiently troubled by the matter to rule in favor of the DA's ouster. Butler named two special prosecutors to handle the trial: S. Harrison White, a former Colorado Supreme Court justice, and Harry C. Riddle, a former district judge. As it turned out, the disqualification was a boon to the prosecution. White and Riddle were accomplished and respected jurists, fully capable of standing up to the blustering Hawkins. Although he wouldn't set foot in the courtroom until the trial was over, Van Cise was now freed up to work on the case behind the scenes. And his removal meant little in practical terms. The judge appointed to preside over the trial, George Dunkley, ruled that members of the district attorney's staff could attend the proceedings, consult with the prosecutors, and even supply them with questions. The defense maneuver had backfired. Regardless of who the real winner or loser was, each legal battle pushed back the trial date. The confidence men used the time well. A few managed to get their bail reduced and fled. Some worked at changing their appearance, growing scruffy beards and wild hair, and dressing like hobos for their court appearances, making it harder for their victims to identify them. And Jackie French and his friends were determined to squelch other witness identifications with cash. Van Cise was tipped to the scheme by the bug in Blonger's office. Blonger was heard complaining about Walter Sox Byland, a top steerer who, like French, had recently made bail. "He's got everything ready to fix those witnesses," Blonger groused. "He's got the dough in his pocket, and yet here he is in Denver." Byland and French were buying off marks. Their women, Gladys Byland and Buddha Godman, embarked on a grand sucker tour of the greater Midwest, dropping in on victims and offering to reimburse a portion of what they had lost, in some cases as much as 80% of what had been taken from them, payable in installments. All the recipients had to do in return was keep out of Colorado until the trial was over. Van Cise could hand out as many subpoenas as he liked, but under existing laws, the prosecution had no way to compel witnesses from other states, and the Marks were all from other states, to come to Denver to testify. It was a clever plan. If anyone hollered about witness tampering, the argument could be made that Godman and Mrs. Byland were simply trying to settle civil suits that had already been filed or were anticipated. Van Cise sent Robinson in the Vamp Squad's wake to try to salvage his witness list. Robinson was able to persuade several victims of the con to stay the course, but he couldn't fault those who took the money. There was no guarantee that convictions would lead to any kind of restitution. Yet some of the most aggrieved victims rejected the bribe outright. Robinson found George Canavouts, a Greek immigrant who owned a movie theater in Sapulpa, Oklahoma, still steaming after French's emissaries came to see him and offered to repay $20,000 of the $25,000 he'd lost in Denver in '21. "I ran them out of my movie," Canavouts boasted. "I would not want that $20,000 as bad as I would them men go to jail." Byland and French had only so much money to spread around. They might have fared better by distributing some of it closer to home. While they were trying to cool a few Marks, one of their own was getting hotter by the day. Forgotten by his chums, abandoned by Blonger and Duff, he would become Van Cise's star witness, his inside man. What he knew, what he could provide on the stand, was better than what even a dictograph could offer. He knew things Blonger and Duff wouldn't talk about, even in the privacy of the fixer's office. As the wife of a public man, Sarah Van Cise often found herself competing for her husband's time against an implacable foe, his sense of duty to his office and his profession. His work frequently took him away from her and the children, away from family dinners and outings downtown and walks in Cheeseman Park, the whole cycle of domestic life. It had been like that ever since his service in the militia, when the Ludlow tragedy and its aftermath had cast a shadow over their wedding. Then had come a couple of years of respite, followed by the war, and the hectic race for district attorney, and now the all-consuming bunco investigation and the looming trial. She tried to face it all with a show of cheerful resignation. What she had not expected, though, was the way that world of work and duty would come crashing into her home, or how that intrusion would provide opportunities to join in her husband's battle, bringing them closer together rather than driving them apart. Long before he disclosed his investigation to his deputies, the district attorney told his wife what he was doing and what he hoped to accomplish. The more he learned about the confidence men and their corrosive influence, the more he shared his findings with her. The case became a kind of intimacy between them. As the undercover operation progressed, their house on Race Street became a mail drop and way station. Sarah fielded phone calls, messages, and odd visitors who appeared on the doorstep at odd hours. When Norfleet sent his secret dispatch from a bathroom at the Hotel Metropole indicating he had the con men on the hook, it was Sarah who received the letter and took it to her husband. After the arrests, her role expanded. The defendants' wives and girlfriends were frantic to get their men out of jail. California Kate, the wife of Elmer the Christ Kid Meade, was heard on the dictograph storming into Blonger's office, grabbing the fixer by his giant honker and threatening to bite his ear if Elmer wasn't bonded out immediately. He was. Others besieged the district attorney with tearful phone calls and perfumed notes, begging for leniency and promising that their men would cooperate in prosecuting their fellow conspirators. Fearing entrapment, Van Cise wasn't about to accept the invitations to discuss the matter in a hotel room or some out-of-the-way dive. and he couldn't bring the women to his office without exposing them to possible retribution. So he sent Sarah and Robinson to screen them. Having his wife there as chaperone would squash any sexual intrigues, he figured, and he valued her read of the supplicant's character as much as any legal appraisal that Robinson could offer. Almost all the meetings were dead ends. The women were working an angle, or their men turned out to be small-time scufflers who had little new information to offer. They weren't high enough in the pecking order to have anything to trade. But one evening, Sarah and Robinson brought back to the house a woman whose story sounded more promising than most, a woman Van Cise was eager to meet. Nina Hansen was a demure, well-mannered brunette. Nothing about her suggested an impoverished upbringing or struggles with morphine addiction, although she spoke frankly about both. She explained that she not only wanted to save her man's neck, but to do it in a way that would rupture all his ties to his criminal past, so that the two of them could embark on a new life together. Hansen was the common-law wife of Len Ramey, the bookmaker who'd introduced himself to Norfleet as Mr. Zachary at the stock exchange. Van Cise remembered him, a small, thin-voiced man in his early 30s with the build of a jockey, a receding chin, and delicate, girlish hands. 3 days after the roundup, Ramey had pleaded for a private meeting with the district attorney. He was brought from the jail to the prosecutor's office on a Sunday morning, his body shaking and teeth chattering with the agonies of opium withdrawal. He indicated he was ready to make a statement, but then changed his mind after a court reporter was summoned. At the time, Van Cise had not appreciated the importance of this 114-pound wonder in Blonger's organization. Hansen set him straight. The Denver operation required many steerers and spielers, but only one bookmaker. Jackie French had booked most of the scores in previous seasons, but Ramey had been his protege and taken over as bookmaker this past season. He was essentially the fourth highest man in the gang, after Blonger, Duff, and French, and had direct dealings with each of them. He was the link Van Cise had been looking for, the one that tied the fixer to what went on in the stock exchange. Van Cise couldn't visit Ramey in jail without alerting the rest of the gang. He gave Hansen a list of questions to ask her man. If the answers were satisfactory, a deal with immunity might be arranged. Hansen made several trips to the jail over the next 2 weeks. Then Van Cise had Ramey brought to his office for the first in a series of interviews. Hours before, Hansen had been sent quietly out of town for the duration of the trial, so that the other defendants' wives couldn't find her. No longer jonesing for the pipe, Ramey told the story of his life and crimes calmly and without hesitation. Born in Arkansas, he'd gone to work in a sawmill at age 11, right after the death of his father. He later became a waiter, working concessions at racetracks and fairs from Tijuana to Canada. In Calgary, he became involved in crooked coin-matching games and other petty crimes, and teamed up with Hansen. He drifted into Denver in 1918 and was introduced to Duff, who put him to work as a steerer. He was so successful that Duff offered him a chance at playing the bookmaker, explaining that French was being promoted to oversee a similar operation in Kansas City. Trained by French, Ramey ran the stock exchange for the latter part of 1921 and throughout the 1922 season. By his count, the gang had been taking down close to $500,000 a year in Denver, and Van Cise's roundup had prevented them from completing more than a dozen touches, worth $338,000. The standard split for each score was 42% to the steerer, 15% to the spieler, and 5% to the bookmaker. The remaining 38% went to Duff and Blonger for protection and permission to operate. Ramey had been good at his job, as cool as a croupier while hustling dazed marks out the door, moments after they'd lost their bundle. It was no prick of conscience that sent him to Van Cise. No, It was the way Blonger, Duff, and French gave him the hi-hat when he pleaded for bail. All that stuff about being great fixers, that was all hooey. They got themselves out and left him to suffer the tortures of the damned. Even when he begged them, threatened to turn state's evidence, they brushed him off. Duff said Blonger wouldn't allow him to post bond for the little bookmaker for fear everyone else would demand it too. Blonger blamed Duff. They treated him like a sucker. They thought he didn't have the guts to turn on them. The hell with them. Van Cise was impressed with Ramey. He was risking his life talking to the DA, yet he had Norfleet's imperturbability and then some. The con men's supposed code of honor wasn't as sterling as the newspapers made it out to be. Most of them would chisel each other and their own mothers if they could get away with it, but they did take exception to squealers. Everyone in the game had heard about what happened to Willard Powell, also known as the Waco Kid, after he turned informant against the infamous Mabry Gang, promoters of fixed sporting events based out of Council Bluffs, Iowa. In 1921, Powell had been gunned down by multiple shooters in the dining room of the Ponce de Leon Hotel in St. Augustine, Florida. His slayers were still at large. To protect his witness, Van Cise arranged for Ramey to be housed in a cell far apart from the rest of the confidence men. A cell reserved for condemned prisoners on their way to the gallows at the state penitentiary. French visited him there one evening, a few days after news of Ramey's deal for immunity made the newspapers. Ramey provided an account of the conversation to the district attorney. "Looks like you are going to send everybody to the pen," French said. "Would you consider going out on bond?" "When I wanted bond, you wouldn't give it to me," Ramey replied. "Now I would not go out if the back door was open." "You know Duff can frame up a sucker and get you brought back to Omaha, and the fixers can bury you there," French said. "If he can't do it in Omaha, Joe Rush and I can do it in Chicago." Ramey told him to do what he liked. He was tired and ready to turn in. French took his parting shot. "You will never live to testify, Len," he said. The condemned man went to bed. Between those who skipped bail and those Van Cise agreed to turn over to other jurisdictions for prosecution, the number of defendants in the dock had dwindled to 20 by the time the case went to trial in early 1923. The group still included the principal players Van Cise wanted most badly to send away: Blonger, Duff, French, Tex Cooper, Tip Belcher, Sox Byland, Leon Felix, and Louis Mushnick, as well as a dozen other veteran ropers and spielers. Reporters dubbed them the Tricky 20. It was the longest and costliest trial the state had ever seen. Despite the dull bits, long days of jury selection, a stupefying 10 hours of opening statements, it held the city in thrall for 9 weeks. The courtroom was packed to capacity each day, the testimony recounted at length beneath blaring headlines in the evening papers. The prosecution called 83 witnesses and introduced more than 500 exhibits, a freight train of evidence chugging slowly toward its inevitable destination. The defense team couldn't derail the train. All it could do was toss debris in its path and try to slow it down. Objection followed objection, with an occasional insinuation of prosecutorial misconduct thrown in for good measure. At one point, Hawkins and Special Prosecutor Harrison heatedly called each other liars and seemed ready to reenact the Bryans-Van Cise bout. But the bunco men's lawyers had to rein in their approach after Judge Dunkley harshly reprimanded one of them, Mike Waldron, telling him to quit badgering witnesses or get off the case. The dressing down triggered such a raucous outpouring of whistles and applause from the gallery that Dunkley ordered the courtroom cleared. The defense had a brief moment of triumph when a witness mistakenly identified Attorney Hawkins as one of the confidence men who had cheated him. But it was just about the only stumble in the state's case. One victim after another took the stand and pointed out the members of the tricky 20 who had stolen from them. On cross-examination, the defense attorneys couldn't shake the feistier witnesses, such as the dauntless Norfleet and Cavanutes, the Greek who'd angrily rejected French's bribe and now delighted in identifying him as "dat crook" at the stock exchange. And they had to proceed gingerly with the frailer, more pathetic victims. An old man with trembling hands, a bewildered widower who'd come to Colorado to escape his grief and been fleeced instead, a broken-down harness maker who'd lost his life savings for fear of alienating the jury entirely. Effective as it was, the victim testimony was only one element in the prosecution's arsenal. Harrison and Riddle introduced a flood of telegrams, linking the defendants to each other and the recent fishing seasons, as well as wires sent to the Marks as part of the blow-off. They invited the jury to inspect the numerous props seized in the raids, the phony stock certificates and fake membership cards, and the con man's boodle of dollar bills made to look like stacks worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. They brought in moving company employees who identified Duff as the man who furnished the lookout, a carpet cleaner who fingered Belcher as the main occupant of the lookout, a secretary at a real estate company who remembered Tex Cooper as the man who leased the office used for the 1921 stock exchange. A handwriting expert testified that Duff had deposited checks written by members of the gang and that notations in Blonger's bank book, listing several phone numbers associated with the operation, were in the fixer's own hand. Maiden described his surveillance of the con men as they went hunting for Marks, and the sightings of Duff and Blonger in the company of Sanders and other cops. But it was Ramey who tied it all together and provided the trial's most sensational revelations. When he finally took the witness stand, 6 weeks in, hundreds turned out to hear him, or at least catch a glimpse of him, pressing into the dwindling pockets of standing room until the latecomers had to be turned away. Embedded in the crowd were several plainclothes special deputies, charged with guarding the little bookmaker's life. At least one gun-toting Blonger associate was intercepted at the door and ejected. Ramey was on the stand for the better part of 4 days. Speaking rapidly, he recounted his role as steerer and bookmaker on dozens of occasions. He explained who was involved in each transaction, who said what, how much money was taken, and how it was divided. So many scores, the scripts so similar in each one, that Hawkins complained that the witness sounded like a phonograph record. But his account implicated one after another of the defendants, until it finally led to the bosses of the whole operation. Ramey described encountering Duff and Blonger in Hot Springs last winter and being invited to book for them for the 22 season, a meeting that had been observed by Van Cise's operative, Fred Tate. He described how Duff had brought Van Cise's bunco list to the lookout one afternoon, saying that Sanders had provided it and boasting that the DA couldn't move on them because of their ironclad protection. He recalled a meeting with Blonger on the street outside his office, during which the fixer handed him $500 in ones to use in constructing his boodle. He told a riveting story about an elderly Mark who'd returned to the stock exchange with a gun and had to be hustled out of town by the police, a special service that cost the gang $8,000 out of a $19,000 take. Reporters hung on Ramey's every word. The defendants put up a show of disinterest. French refused to meet Ramey's gaze and spent breaks flirting with female admirers. Blonger stared off into space. Duff had worn tinted goggles during much of the trial. Now he dispensed with them, but sat impassively, masticating an undetermined substance. Comments overheard by the Dick indicated a rift had developed between Blonger and Duff, with each blaming the other's carelessness for their predicament. When it was finally time to cross-examine the witness, the interrogation didn't even touch on Ramey's most devastating claims. It was largely an attack on his character, an attempt to paint him as a liar and a dope fiend. Ramey was unflappable. Yes, he had lied throughout his criminal career, but not today. Yes, he had been an opium addict, but not anymore. Asked about opium found in his safe deposit box after his arrest, he responded that it didn't belong to him. "I got it from Duff and French in French's apartment," he said. "They were both smoking the pipe. Duff says to me, 'Will you take this junk and put it in your box?' I did." His inquisitor, defense attorney Sam Crump, managed to shake his composure only once, when he referred to the witness's common-law wife as a common prostitute. Fists clenched, Ramey leaned forward in his chair. "She never was that, and don't you say she was," he roared. Crump retreated behind his lectern. The cross fizzled. If the case had depended solely on Ramey's word, the word of a confidence man, perhaps the assault could have gone somewhere. But the case was Ramey and the testimony of the Marks and the undercover operation and that trainload of other documents and details, and they all corroborated each other. By the time Ramey left the stand, Van Cise was feeling confident enough that he didn't see any need to introduce what had once seemed his most powerful weapon of all, the evidence gathered by the dictograph. The existence of the dic had never been disclosed to the defense. Van Cise had no doubt that his use of it had been within the law, but its admissibility in court was another matter. The prosecution would face an uphill battle if it tried to introduce fragmentary transcripts. Even if Judge Dunkley permitted them, that decision could well be reversed on appeal, dragging the whole case down with it. After some discussion, the team decided on a more oblique approach. Andy Kane was the state's last witness. He gave a meticulous account of his months-long surveillance of Blonger's office. Asked point-blank about dictographs, he described their placement and announced that they were still in operation. At that point, Sampson left the courtroom and contacted Van Cise, who called Maiden, who was awaiting the boss's signal to remove the devices. They were brought to court that afternoon, and Kane was able to show them off to the jury while Blonger and Duff did a slow burn. No one at the defense table knew what the transmitters had heard, and that was the point. The bugs were a looming threat, not yet evidence that might, or might not, have to be dealt with later. If the principal defendants chose to take the stand, they couldn't be sure they wouldn't be tripped up with words they'd uttered in Blonger's office months ago. The special prosecutors rested their case and braced for a ferocious counterattack. To their astonishment, none was forthcoming. Hawkins announced that the defense declined to present a single witness. He also proposed that both sides skip closing arguments and proceed directly to handing the case over to the jury. It was tempting to think that disclosing the existence of the dictograph had influenced that decision, but Van Cise suspected something else was at work. Maybe Hawkins and the other defense lawyers had convinced their clients that they could win the case on appeal. Or maybe the defendants had other reasons to feel confident. Bookies around town were reportedly offering 2-to-1 odds in favor of a not guilty verdict, a proposition that suggested the kind of inside knowledge essential to handicapping a fixed race. The bunks had tried to buy off witnesses. They had tried to buy off Ramey. Why wouldn't they try to fix the jury? When the lawyers asked him questions during jury selection, Herman Oakley gave them straight answers. He was 31 years old. He had moved to Colorado from Indiana 2 years ago. He worked as a machinist at a Denver lumber company. He had a wife and daughter at home, and yes, serving on a jury would be a hardship for him. They told him he was juror number 1. He sat through the selection of jurors 2 through 13, the last one an unlucky alternate, and then the opening statements. One night in February, after the first long day of actual testimony, he was roused from bed by the ringing of his doorbell. In the darkness of his unlit front porch, stood a man dressed in dark clothes, with cap pulled down and coat collar turned up. Not particularly tall or short, not distinguishable at all, this fellow. The man asked if he was Oakley. When Oakley said he was, the man put $500 bills in his hand, explaining this was payment in advance for a verdict of not guilty. For an honest mechanic, Oakley displayed exceptional guile. He took the bills inside so he could look at them in the light. He invited his visitor to come in too, but the man stayed on the porch. Oakley gave him back the bills, saying that a favorable verdict ought to be worth a lot more. How about $500 for his vote, he suggested, and another $2,000 if he could get the whole jury to vote for acquittal. If this was acceptable, Blonger should scratch his right ear in court tomorrow while looking at Oakley. The man left. Oakley contacted his employer, William McPhee, and told him about the attempted bribe. McPhee, one of the donors who had helped finance Van Cise's bunco investigation, called the district attorney early the next morning and reported the incident. Van Cise explained that legal procedure barred him from speaking with Oakley, but he would take appropriate steps. He informed the special prosecutors of the attempted bribe, who informed Judge Dunkley. He also made sure Sampson was in the courtroom that morning, watching discreetly as Blonger glanced at the jury and scratched his right ear. Months earlier, in conversation with the wife of another defendant, Blonger had predicted that it would take a year to try all the charges against the group, and that not one of the gang would be found guilty. "Cheer up," he told her and the dictograph. "They will have a hung jury in every one of them. They will never get a conviction anyplace." It would take only one crooked juror to hang the entire panel. Blonger was too smart to leave his fate in the hands of one man. Chances were good that at least 2 or 3 others had been approached besides Oakley. But how could you prove it? The jury was in an inviolable bubble for the duration of the trial. Investigators couldn't question any of them without risking a mistrial, and Van Cise didn't want a mistrial. He assigned men to follow jurors he suspected might be bought. The tails were done at great distance, so as not to alarm the targets, and revealed little of value other than that 2 of them were regulars at the same speakeasy. There was little else he could do but wait. Rumors circulated throughout the trial that members of the panel had been offered $5,000 or even $10,000 for acquittal on all counts, and that at least 3 of them were on the take. The case was finally handed over to the jury on a Saturday morning. That evening, a courthouse reporter pawed through a custodian's trash collection and found that the jury's first ballot was 9-3 in favor of conviction. The tally seemed to confirm the rumors and was extremely encouraging news for the defense. 3 holdouts were more than enough to crash Van Cise's locomotive. At the conclusion of the trial, all the defendants were supposed to have their bail revoked and be returned to jail to wait for the verdict. But jailer Tom Clark was feeling so ebullient about the prospects for a hung jury that he arranged for a Saturday night party in the grand jury room for his friends Blonger, Duff, and French, featuring contraband pints of hooch. Reporters and members of the con men's entourage joined in, and the soiree deteriorated into a drunken debauch. Dapper Jackie was observed in what one reporter described as a prolonged osculatory exchange with a young widow. By midnight, the grand jury room was an aromatic wreckage of empty bottles and vomit. A well-oiled Clark escorted his prisoners to bed and then went in search of Van Cise. He found the district attorney in his office, where he was waiting in idle hope of a late-breaking verdict. Clark began to berate him, telling him that it would take a bigger man than Van Cise to put Blonger and Duff away. The fighting DA confiscated the deputy's pint and told him to go home. On Sunday morning, news of the booze orgy made the newspapers. The press acted suitably scandalized. The jury spent all day in deliberations, surfacing only for meals. On Monday, Clark resigned as chief deputy sheriff. The jury continued its discussions well into the evening. On Tuesday, Judge Dunkley gave the jurors what is known as an Allen charge, urging the holdout jurors to reconsider their position and try to reach an understanding with the majority. Raised voices could be heard emanating from the jury room, but the impasse continued. On Wednesday, with the deliberations now approaching a record-breaking 100 hours, the foreman called for another ballot. Sensing that the holdouts were wavering, Oakley decided to give them a push. "The difference between me and you three sons of bitches," he said, "is that I turned my $500 over to the judge, and you've still got yours." Other jurors joined in the harangue. The next vote showed the panel leaning 10-2 in favor of conviction. Noon arrived, and so did another ballot. Now the count was 11-1. Late in the afternoon, the jury sent word that it had reached a verdict. The defendants, the attorneys, and the crowds poured back into the courtroom. The clerk read the verdict. All 20 guilty on all counts. Guilty of conspiracy to defraud, guilty of defrauding through a confidence game, guilty of grand theft. Each man faced up to 30 years in prison. Blonger slumped in his chair. Duff didn't flinch. Hawkins asked that the jurors be polled. Starting with Oakley, one after another confirmed that this was their verdict. But juror number 10, George Sharp, struggled with the question. Sharp had been the last holdout, and he wanted everyone to know he had capitulated under duress. He muttered something about being sick. The clerk put the question to him again, and he equivocated once more. Judge Dunkley took over. "Is or is not this your verdict?" the judge asked. "Yes," Sharp said. "Does the juror desire further time to deliberate?" "No, I want to get out of this." Dunkley thanked the jurors for their service and discharged them. As they stepped out of the box, Sampson handed them subpoenas. They were summoned to testify before the grand jury, which would be investigating Oakley's allegations of attempted bribery. Now that he could show his face in the courtroom, Van Cise was mobbed by reporters. He had many people to thank. Without Ramey, without his undercover team, without Oakley and the other honest jurors, the outcome might have been quite different. Yet it was the fighting DA, the bugaboo of bunks, who was all over the front pages now, while his home and office were inundated with congratulatory calls, letters, and telegrams. Seldom had the city's scribes adopted as optimistic a tone as in the sunny editorials that celebrated his victory. "The underworld has been dealt a crushing blow," one proclaimed, "and those who live by their wits have at last learned the lesson that the law is to be respected in Denver." Part 2. Hoods. Where the wolves are killed off, the foxes increase. Herman Melville, The Confidence Man, His Masquerade. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Lyndon B. Johnson. To Bill Moyers, 1960. 6. The Clandestine Candidate. On the evening of November 25, 1915, while most Georgians were at home digesting their Thanksgiving dinners, 16 pilgrims traveled by hired bus from an Atlanta hotel to the base of Stone Mountain, a giant dome of igneous rock 25 miles east of the city. Using flashlights, they ascended the mile-long trail to the summit, where they piled small boulders to create a makeshift altar. A Bible and an American flag were placed on the altar. Then the leader of the group, William Joseph Simmons, lit a match and ignited a 16-foot wooden cross that he'd hauled up the mountain earlier that day and doused with kerosene. While the cross blazed, Simmons guided the others through the recital of a creed he'd written himself, an oath of allegiance to their country, their faith, their race, and their new secret society, a rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. The original Klan had been a short-lived and highly unstable venture. It began as a social club with a tinge of mystical hoo-ha, launched by young Confederate veterans in Pulaski, Tennessee, nearly a year after the end of the Civil War. The name evoked the Greek word for circle, kykios, and the tribalisms of Scottish clans. The members dressed up in white gowns and conical headpieces and engaged in nocturnal sorties intended to prank, amuse, and alarm their neighbors. But in 1867, the Klan reorganized as a vigilante force, bent on thwarting Reconstruction efforts by terrorizing freed blacks, carpetbaggers, radical Republicans, and their supporters. Operating primarily in rural areas in several states, the Night Riders were responsible for hundreds of lynchings, floggings, beatings, and other crimes, until a federal crackdown suppressed the organization in the early 1870s. The subsequent withdrawal of federal troops and return to power of Southern Democrats made the group superfluous, with blacks systematically stripped of voting rights and barred from most jobs and educational opportunities. The Klan was no longer needed. The ceremony on Stone Mountain was attended by 2 elderly members of the first KKK. Yet the organization christened in fire that night was not a revival of the old Klan, but a reimagining of it. Simmons had studied the protocols and organizational structure of the original, and he readily embraced its central tenet of white supremacy, as well as its love of arcane jargon and theatrical rituals. He borrowed heavily from its Halloweenish nomenclature, designating himself as the group's imperial wizard, the national leader over other officers known as goblins, titans, terrors, and such. But what Simmons had in mind was something far more marketable than the 1860s Klan. It was a nationwide call to white Protestants to unite and defend their women, their homes, and their communities from a seemingly endless array of threats posed by blacks, Jews, Catholics, immigrants, and others who were not, could never be, 100% American. A true American's duty, Simmons wrote, is to keep Anglo-Saxon American civilization, institutions, politics, and society pure, and thereby transmit it with clean hands and pure hearts to generations yet unborn. 50 years after the South's defeat, Simmons was not the only one to recognize that there was money to be made by waxing nostalgic over slavery and the terrorist exploits of the Ku Klux Klan. That had already been amply demonstrated by the success of The Birth of a Nation, the first full-length motion picture in cinematic history and the cultural phenomenon of the year, which was released 8 months before Simmons' trip to Stone Mountain. Director D.W. Griffith's 3-hour epic transfixed audiences with its use of panning shots, close-ups, iris effects, night photography, and other technical innovations, showing that movies could be art. But it was also a highly inflammatory piece of racist propaganda, portraying the Klan as white knights riding to the rescue of delicate maidens menaced by brutish, rapacious blacks, many played by white actors in blackface. The movie was based on The Klansman, a best-selling novel by influential Baptist minister Thomas Dixon, who preached against creeping Negroidism and had gone to graduate school with Woodrow Wilson. Dixon managed to arrange a screening of The Birth of a Nation at the White House. The President of the United States was supposedly so captivated by the film, which quoted from his own writing in several title cards, that he provided Dixon and Griffith with an enthusiastic blurb. "It is like writing history with lightning, and my only regret is that it is all so terribly true." The oft-cited line is of suspicious origin, even for an unabashed segregationist like Wilson. If he did indeed say that, he disavowed his endorsement a few months later, after the movie triggered protests from the NAACP and riots in several cities. At a Boston theater, black activists who'd been refused admission forced their way inside and hurled eggs at the screen. In the South, random attacks on black men surged in the wake of screenings. Kansas censors banned the film for promoting racism and historical inaccuracies. In Denver, protesters persuaded city officials to cancel the premiere, only to see that decision overruled by a judge. The controversy stoked ticket sales. The Birth of a Nation cost more than $100,000 to make, an unheard-of figure for the era, but it's estimated that it earned $18 million in its first few years of release, a sum which, adjusted for inflation, makes the film one of the highest-grossing blockbusters of all time. Simmons would later claim that he'd been dreaming about resuscitating the Ku Klux Klan years before the movie came out. Perhaps so, but having Griffith's spectacle available as a recruiting tool did speed things along. The ceremony on Stone Mountain was hastily arranged just 1 week before The Birth of a Nation was set to open in Atlanta. The cross burning was a nod to similar scenes in Dixon's novel and the film. The first KKK didn't engage in such pyrotechnics. The day of the premiere, a contingent of hooded initiates rode horses past the lines of moviegoers outside the Atlanta theater to announce the arrival of the new order. Soon Simmons was swearing in dozens of new members and planning similar publicity stunts in other cities. The organization grew slowly at first, but its imperial wizard found any degree of progress gratifying after decades of disappointment. Born in Alabama, Joseph Simmons had enlisted in the Army at age 18 and served during the Spanish-American War, but never rose higher than private. He aspired to be a doctor, like his father, who might have been a Klansman as well. Short of funds, young Joe went into the ministry instead, but failed to attract the kind of notice and adulation accorded to a firebrand like Thomas Dixon. In 1912, he was suspended by the Methodist hierarchy for inefficiency. After a grim period as a garter salesman, he became a well-compensated district manager in the Woodmen of the World, a fraternal organization with 750,000 members. Simmons was a heavy drinker who belonged to numerous lodges, churches, veteran associations, and fraternal groups. While there is scant evidence that he had any intention of creating the political powerhouse the new Klan would become, he did recognize that a secret fraternal order, drenched in the mythology of the Old South, had commercial potential. From the Elks to the Rotarians to the Knights of Pythias, hundreds of fraternal organizations beckoned to small businessmen and working-class Americans in the early part of the 20th century. Between 1900 and 1925, their membership almost doubled to more than 10 million. They provided camaraderie, community building, and networking opportunities for people who couldn't afford to join snooty country clubs. Yet, like private clubs, the fraternal groups often restricted membership on the basis of faith or race. Some, like the Woodmen, were organized as mutual benefit societies that offered insurance, burials, or medical assistance to their members. Others, including the Masons and the Oddfellows, stressed charitable projects. Learning the secret signs and greetings and collecting lodge pins was part of the fun, as was being involved in something you weren't supposed to discuss with outsiders. But while it recruited heavily from other groups, especially the Masons, Simmons' Klan would take the familiar concept of fraternalism and exclusivity in a startling new direction. Simmons devised an extensive rulebook for the new organization and copyrighted it. The terminology relied heavily on cl sounds. The rulebook was known as the Cloran. A local lodge was a clavern. The administrator of a clavern was a clagrap. A recruiter was a kleagle, who worked under another administrator, the king kleagle. An initiation ceremony was a conversation, the initiation fee was a Kleck token, and so on. Members encountering each other on the street were expected to communicate in torturous acronyms. Ayak, are you a Klansman? Akaya, a Klansman I am. Sandbog, strangers are near, be on guard. Those who joined the Klan were said to be naturalized, while outsiders were known as aliens, and there were a lot of aliens. More than any other fraternal order, being a Klansman was sharply defined by all the people who couldn't possibly be members. Only native-born white male Protestants need apply. For 5 years, the Klan attracted scant public attention, its membership confined to a few cities in the Deep South. During World War I, Simmons attempted to promote the group as a patriotic watchdog, quick to parade in support of American troops or against foreign agitators infiltrating the labor movement. But the effort failed to make much of an impression amid so many other jingoistic, flag-waving displays. By 1920, the KKK consisted of a few thousand members, far fewer than the dues-paying hordes Simmons had envisioned, and the Imperial Wizard was having trouble paying his bills. Then he made the deal that would transform the Klan into a force to be reckoned with. He put the odd couple of Edward Clark and Elizabeth Tyler in charge of publicity and recruiting efforts. Clark and Tyler ran an advertising agency in Atlanta and had handled promotional campaigns for the Salvation Army, the YMCA, and the Red Cross. Ambitious and unconventional, it was whispered that Tyler, a widow, and Clark, a married man, were romantic as well as business partners, and had once been arrested together in a brothel raid. They were also savvy pioneers in the emerging field of public relations. The contract with Simmons put them in charge of the propagation department of the Klan, with Clark designated as Imperial Kleagle, and allowed them to claim 80% of the initiation fees they generated. It sounds like an outlandish amount, but Clark and Tyler had to cover commissions and other expenses of the recruitment drive, which were substantial. For every new Klansman the propagation department brought in, the frontline recruiter was paid $4 out of the $10 initiation fee. The rest was sent up the chain of command, $1 to the King Kleagle, 50 cents to the Goblin who oversaw that sales district, $2.50 to Clark and Tyler, and the remaining $2 to the National Klan's treasury. The propagators assembled an army of more than 1,000 Kleagles spread across the country. They were a professional sales force, eager for their cut, not all that different from Kid Duffy's ropers. Clark and Tyler aided the membership drive with ads, flyers, and pitches to newspaper reporters. The resulting articles often titled more toward ridicule than adoration, but they helped to raise the visibility of the invisible empire. To some degree, the recruiting message was customized to reflect the particular circumstances of the community the Klan was courting, stressing race troubles in the Deep South, patriotism and anti-immigrant fervor in the industrial Midwest, a moral crusade against bootleggers, loose women, and Catholics in the Bible Belt, bugaboos tailored to fit long-simmering local prejudices. This dog-whistle approach, shifting the pitch to match the audience, allowed the Klan to capitalize on a host of resentments, rather than rely on a single issue to attract members. The enemy was a moving target, blacks rising above their station, godless Bolsheviks, Jewish bankers and movie moguls, disease-spreading immigrants, flappers having sex in automobiles, you name it. Whatever the problem, the Klan was the answer. A typical flyer touting what the Ku Klux Klan stands for offered a grab bag of racial, cultural, and political grievances. It stands for white supremacy, do you? It stands for the sanctity of the home, I know you do. It stands against the married man who deserts wife and babe to bask in the sensual splendor of the depraved bawd. Do you? It stands against the conscienceless bootlegger who cares not whether he takes the life of his neighbor with poisoned booze. Ben Lindsay, a trailblazing Denver juvenile court judge who became one of the Colorado Klan's bitterest enemies, believed that the core of the group's appeal was the license it gave its members to scapegoat just about anybody for anything. They paid $10 each to hate somebody, Lindsay observed, and they were determined to get their money's worth. The war had stirred up fear and hatred of foreigners, particularly German immigrants. When the war ended, much of that animosity was redirected at the 14 million immigrants, largely from Southern and Eastern Europe, who'd arrived in the United States since 1900. The post-war prosperity had not been doled out equally, particularly in the Midwest and Intermountain West, where miners and farmers were struggling. The shaky economy fueled fears that native-born Americans were losing ground to the new arrivals. The rapid pace of technological change, the emergence of women as a force in the workplace and in the voting booth, the rising crime associated with Prohibition, and other cultural upheavals of the Jazz Age left many white males fuming and looking for somebody to blame. The Klan provided convenient culprits for their rage. Housing values not what they should be? Blame the foreign-looking family that just moved in down the block. Don't like what bootlegging is doing to your town? Blame the Italians with their homemade wine and fabled ties to crime families. And, by extension, blame the Catholics for any number of social ills, with their arcane rites in a dead language and immigrant parishioners and legions of children indoctrinated in parochial schools. Catholics, the Klan taught, were not true Americans because they owed their allegiance to the Pope. As for the Jews, the Klan was hardly alone in dredging up ancient calumnies to portray them as a tribe apart, and thus un-American. The same year that Clark and Tyler launched their recruitment effort, auto tycoon Henry Ford began publishing a 91-part series of articles based on the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, a bogus document fostered by anti-Semites in Tsarist Russia that claimed to reveal Jewish plans for global domination. Clark and Tyler had figured out how to market hate as a brand, and their efforts proved to be wildly successful. In the fall of 1921, a congressional inquiry into the activities of the Klan revealed that the propagation department had signed up more than 85,000 new members in the previous 16 months, a tenfold surge in the total size of the group. The emerging Klaverns stretched from Miami, Florida, to Portland, Oregon, to Portland, Maine. Much of the $850,000 raised went back to the sales force, but Clark and Tyler did well for themselves. A significant amount of the 20% cut, $170,000, that went to Klan headquarters in Atlanta was used to purchase a house for Simmons and award him $25,000 in back pay. Taking into account other sources of income, $5 per member for annual dues, a couple more dollars in the form of a tax from headquarters, additional donations required to receive impressive-sounding honorifics and degrees in the organization, several dollars more for Klan robes, only official robes, made by the Klan's own factory would do, and other paraphernalia, from Klan holy water to fiery cross jewelry to life insurance. The Klan's annual revenue stream had gone from next to nothing to close to $2 million a year, with thousands of new members coming on board every week. Simmons maintained that the group had not yet embarked on any definite activity and was still getting organized. But the national leadership's control over local Klaverns was severely tested by the rapid growth. Reports of murders, floggings, beatings, tar and feather parties, and other eruptions of violence, mostly directed against blacks, but in some cases targeting European immigrants or suspected race traitors, trickled in from states that had been among the first to organize Klan chapters, including Texas and Florida. Testifying before the U.S. House Committee on Rules, Simmons denied that such actions were sanctioned by the KKK. Confronted with a tally of 60 crimes committed by masked men in recent months, he insisted that the perpetrators were not his men. The Klan does not countenance, nor will it tolerate any lawless act by its members, he said. We teach respect for the law, love of country, and a closer fellowship of service. The Klan was not about racial hatred, but racial pride, he said. He had dear friends who were Catholics and Jews, and in his youth he had taught the alphabet to many old Negro men. The term white supremacy, as used in Klan literature, means the supremacy of the white man's mind as evidenced by the achievements of our civilization. He indignantly rejected the suggestion that he had conceived of the Klan as some kind of grafter's game, but his responses to questions about where all the money was going were vague. He had been ill, he said, and hadn't had as much time to review his books as he would have liked. The evasions in Simmons' testimony were roundly mocked by a generally hostile press, yet in many respects, his appearance before the lawmakers was a triumph. He presented the Klan as a benevolent gathering of law-abiding men who loved their country. He likened himself to a persecuted, misunderstood Christ, with no personal interest in wealth or power. And he concluded his presentation with a dramatic swoon, reinforcing the claim that he'd left his sickbed to defend his cause. Bolstered by the publicity, the membership rolls of the KKK swelled at a furious pace. Simmons and his top lieutenants routinely exaggerated the size of the Klan, but soon they could legitimately claim a following that numbered not in tens or even hundreds of thousands, but in millions. Success altered the mission. Within a few months, Tyler, Clark, and then Simmons himself would be out of the picture, and the Klan's political ambitions would be impossible to ignore. In the spring of 1923, the political talk among Denver's leading citizens tended to revolve around one consuming question: who was going to run the city? The Blonger trial had exposed the stench of corruption permeating Dewey Bailey's administration. A reckoning seemed to be at hand, an opportunity to clean house, to break with Denver's tradition of phony reforms and pliable leaders, and restore confidence in local government. But Bailey was forging ahead with plans to pursue a second term, and the mayoral election was only 6 weeks away, touching off a scramble to find a reform candidate who could beat him and his well-funded machine. The obvious choice was the fighting DA. Calls for Van Cise to declare his candidacy began even before the Blonger trial was over. A clip-out membership application appeared in newspapers, inviting readers to join the Van Cise for Mayor Club. On the evening of March 30th, scarcely 48 hours after the jury returned its guilty verdict, Van Cise hosted a gathering of 50 friends and supporters, many of them prepared to get the campaign in motion as soon as he gave the word. But Van Cise had other ideas. A cartoon on the front page of the next day's Denver Post depicted the DA being offered a ticket to the mayor's office on a golden platter. The caption read, "It didn't tempt him very long." Van Cise released a statement declaring that not only was he not running for mayor, "I will not be a candidate to succeed myself in my present office." He had unfinished business as district attorney and a 4-year contract with the voters that he intended to honor. But after that, he was done. Unsaid but implicit in his remarks was a commitment he'd made to Sarah to serve only 1 term, so that he could get back to the more regular hours and better pay of a private law practice while Edwin and Eleanor were still young. He wouldn't rule out a run for higher office someday. In fact, he would briefly flirt with the idea of running for a U.S. Senate seat in 1924 against Klan-backed incumbent Lawrence Phipps before withdrawing his candidacy. But the mayor's job wasn't for him. Unlike the district attorney race, Denver's mayoral elections were nonpartisan. A person needed only 100 signatures on a petition to run for mayor, and no candidate could rely on party affiliation to carry the day. Calling the Bailey administration a disgrace to American government, Van Cise urged the 5 challengers already in contention to select one of their number to make the race and definitely concentrate the opposition to Bailey into one real army. If all they want is cheap notoriety, they will all stay in the race and go down to an inglorious defeat. A few days later, a caustic report released by the grand jury investigating police corruption offered additional arguments for Bailey's removal. The grand jury failed to issue any indictments, but the report blasted 8 city employees as totally unfit to hold any office and called for their immediate dismissal. The roll of shame included Detective Sanders, Constable Goldman, and Manager of Safety Frank Downer, who was accused of failing to keep track of seized booze and being drunk while on duty. Sanders and Goldman soon resigned, but other targets of the corruption probe slipped the net. Van Cise suspected that Billy Arnett, Blonger's pal in the Justice Department, had been involved in protecting the bunco ring, but he couldn't prove anything to the satisfaction of Arnett's superiors. To shore up his case against Sanders and the city cops, Van Cise had tracked down A. Friend, the writer of the anonymous letters, an admitted expert on graft in Denver. But the man was now running a protracted gambling house in Kansas City and couldn't come forward without jeopardizing his own arrangements with the law. The investigation into jury tampering during the bunco trial went nowhere too, although Van Cise didn't doubt that Blonger was behind it. In response to the report, Downer threatened to sue the grand jury for libel. Bailey hedged and pledged to study the matter. Bailey's opponents seized the report as a cudgel. Each of the challengers claimed to be just the man to clean up the town. Van Cise threw his support to Mark Skinner, a Democrat and former state senator who was being touted as the fusion candidate, capable of uniting business, labor, and reform interests. Skinner also had the backing of Governor William Sweet, who despised Bailey. But Skinner's campaign lasted only 2 weeks before he was forced to withdraw. The city charter required that a mayoral candidate must have lived and paid taxes in Denver for 5 years. Skinner, formerly of Colorado Springs, had been an official resident of the mile-high city for only 4 years. With the petition deadline for new candidates only hours away, Skinner's backers hustled to find a suitable replacement. The new fusion candidate was George Carlson, a man after Van Cise's own heart. He had been a district attorney in Fort Collins, known for cracking down on gambling and graft. He had also been Colorado's first dry governor, overseeing the implementation of the state's early prohibition law in 1915-16. With less than 3 weeks to go before the election, Van Cise went on the stump for Carlson, praising him as a fighter, a doer of deeds, a he-man who knows how to enforce the law, and he attacked Bailey and the bibulous Downer at every turn. The present mayor called in Blackjack Jerome to break a strike and then surrendered the sovereignty of the city to federal troops to restore order, he observed. Under his administration, Blonger flourished for $500,000 a year, was entertained at a booze party in the courthouse, and still enjoys special privileges in the county jail. Bootleggers flourish, and a wobbly man with a jellyfish disposition administers the Department of Safety. But some elements of the anti-Bailey forces did not warm to Carlson, a Republican known for his hostility to the labor movement. Progressives, union leaders, and Governor Sweet, a Democrat, drifted toward the other major contender in the race, Benjamin Franklin Stapleton. 53 years old, bland and pragmatic, Stapleton was nobody's idea of a he-man, but he was well connected in Denver political circles. He had allies in the Democratic machine, as well as among the bankers on 17th Street and the leaders of the city's ethnic neighborhoods. Born in Kentucky, he'd moved to Denver as a young man and served in the Spanish-American War. He never quite got his law practice off the ground, but he'd held various jobs under Boss Spear, including Justice of the Peace and Police Magistrate, sometimes more than one job simultaneously. In 1915, he'd been appointed as Denver Postmaster, a much-coveted federal sinecure. After 6 years in that position, he became an oil executive. In the mayoral campaign, he stressed his knowledge of police operations and city government in general. He promised to put together a businesslike, efficient, nonpartisan administration. He was a non-entity, recalled Charles Ginsburg, a politically active Denver attorney who initially supported Stapleton, in an oral history given many years later. He was a police judge that nobody knew or cared about. He was just a name. There was nothing against him and nothing for him. Yet Ginsburg and a few other reformers feared that Stapleton wasn't quite as nonpartisan as he claimed to be. He was a joiner and a Mason, and there was talk that in his youth he'd joined the American Protective Association, an anti-Catholic secret society, and that he might be tied to the Ku Klux Klan. Crime and corruption were undeniably the top issues in the election, but the growing influence of the Klan across the state was also a concern, so much so that Ginsburg and Phil Hornbein, another prominent Jewish attorney, urged Stapleton to issue a statement denouncing racial bigotry. The candidate complied. Although the statement didn't mention the Klan, everybody knew what group he was talking about. "True Americanism needs no mask or disguise," Stapleton declared. "Any attempt to stir up racial or religious prejudices or religious intolerance is contrary to our Constitution and therefore un-American." The race was a close one. The city had a ranked choice voting system that allowed voters to select their first, second, and third choices among the 8 mayoral candidates on the ballot. Bailey drew the most first-choice votes, but Stapleton fared better in total votes, pulling ahead of Bailey by 6,000 votes out of nearly 70,000 votes cast. Carlson finished a distant third. Among contemporary observers, Stapleton's narrow victory was largely credited to his ties to the Democratic machine, but other forces were at work too. The deciding factor may have been the grassroots get-out-the-vote campaigning on his behalf by an organization the candidate never acknowledged. The concerns about what Stapleton really stood for were well-founded. He was a longtime friend of John Galen Locke, the Grand Dragon of Colorado's Ku Klux Klan, and Stapleton had been issued Klan membership number 1128, a number low enough to suggest that his KKK initiation had occurred long before his declared candidacy. Nor was he the only closeted Klansman in the mayor's race. Although Van Cise didn't know it, the man he'd supported at the outset, Mark Skinner, held membership number 1108. His name entered just a page ahead of Stapleton's in the official Klan roster. Formally, the Colorado Klan hadn't endorsed any candidate, recognizing that its public support could be a liability for the office seeker. It was still operating from the shadows. But that was about to change. Days after the election, a single Klansman in robe and hood posed on the steps of Denver's City Hall, one arm raised in salute. The photo ran in the KKK's national magazine, the Imperial Nighthawk, and there was no mistaking its meaning. The Klan had arrived at the seat of Denver government, and it was settling in nicely. Stapleton's election as mayor came just over 2 years after the Klan had established its first foothold in the state. In 1921, Imperial wizard Simmons came to Denver at the invitation of Leo Kennedy, a former American Protective Association leader, to meet with like-minded businessmen who were interested in starting a local clavern. Simmons gave his pitch in a private gathering at the Brown Palace and ended up enrolling several enthusiasts on the spot. By most measures, Colorado was an unlikely venue for what Simmons was peddling. The state had no deep-rooted history of racial violence, nothing that approached the systematic oppression in the South, certainly, or the 1921 race massacre in Tulsa, which left hundreds dead and leveled an entire black neighborhood. Blacks represented less than 2% of Colorado's population, and they tended to be better educated and have a higher degree of homeownership than blacks in the Northeast or the South. Denver's population was overwhelmingly white and born in America, yet fully half of the residents had at least one parent who was born in another country. Roughly 1 out of 7 Denverites was Catholic, and thriving Catholic parishes could be found across the state. But Colorado proved to be surprisingly fertile ground for the Klan. The centennial state didn't have the South's legacy of slavery, but its own brief on race relations was hardly bloodless. From the 1864 slaughter of hundreds of Arapaho and Cheyenne women and children, an atrocity that became known as the Sand Creek Massacre, to an 1880 anti-Chinese riot in Denver, to the scores of people executed without benefit of trial by frontier lynch mobs. The Court of Judge Lynch remained open decades after the frontier closed. One of the most repugnant murders occurred in 1905 when Preston Porter Jr., a 15-year-old black railroad worker accused of raping and killing a 12-year-old white girl, was chained to an iron stake outside the Eastern Plains town of Lyman and burned alive in front of a crowd of 300, including numerous newspaper reporters. Denver's white citizens may have considered themselves less prejudiced than their benighted relatives in the Jim Crow South, but a color line ran through the town, segregating housing and schools, theaters and swimming pools, restaurants and parks. Discrimination against Catholics and Jews was less pervasive, but still significant, keeping them clustered in ethnic neighborhoods and almost completely absent from the ranks of judges, councilmen, or other positions of authority. The fault lines of racism and religious bigotry were already there, waiting to be exploited. Yet it's doubtful that the Colorado Klan would have amounted to much without the canny and opportunistic leadership of its chief, John Galen Locke. Over the course of 3 years, Locke transformed the Colorado KKK into one of the most politically powerful Klan organizations in the country, second only to the Indiana KKK in per capita support, and second to none in the degree to which it controlled state government. Accounts differ as to whether Locke attended that first meeting with Simmons. He was an early convert in any case, and firmly in charge of the Denver Clavern by the time he appeared before Van Cise's grand jury in 1922 and denied being a Klansman. On May 14, 1923, he was appointed Grand Dragon of the Colorado Realm. Pompous, melodramatic, a showman come dealmaker in the tradition of Phineas T. Barnum and Niccolò Machiavelli, he was the perfect choice to head an organization that relied on theatrics, lies, and misdirection to further its aims. The two rose and fell together. The Klan's meteoric success in Colorado was stamped with Locke's boundless self-confidence and brilliant organizing skills. Its failure reflected his hubris and capacity for self-destruction. Born in 1871 in New York City, Locke was the oldest son of a surgeon, Charles Earl Locke, who'd fought for the Union during the Civil War. The family claimed a lineage in America stretching back to the arrival of the Mayflower, Locke's great-grandfather had served in the Revolutionary War. In 1888, Charles Locke moved his family and his practice to Denver. Both father and son enlisted in the Colorado Volunteers during the Spanish-American War. Charles was wounded in battle in Manila, while his son never saw combat. J.G. Locke studied medicine at various schools and finally received his medical degree in 1904. He chose to pursue homeopathy at a time when so-called natural remedies were falling out of favor with the medical establishment. For the rest of his career, he remained an outsider in Denver professional circles, scorned by the local medical society as a borderline quack, adored with almost cult-like fervor by his patients for his homemade potions, compassion, and modest fees. His rogue medical practice was probably the least exotic thing about Locke. Even among the dime store demagogues and tin Napoleons attracted to the clan, he stood out. Short, round, tipping the scale at 250 pounds, he had the physique of a bullfrog but a shrill squawk for a voice, supposedly the result of damage to his larynx from a brawl in his youth. His fans considered him a mesmerizing orator just the same. He had a fondness for well-tailored suits that hid his rotundity, for diamond jewelry and military regalia. He rode around town in a red Pierce Arrow that had a family coat of arms emblazoned on its doors, like a